Ladies and gentlemen, make sure you go to hustlefit.com. Hustlefit.com. Get the merch as well as the clothing line. Hustle Fit. Vixen for women and HP kids. We got men's, women's, children's clothing. T-shirts, hoodies, jogger suits, leggings. You name it, we got it. Hats, scullies. If you also need custom clothing, go to hustlefit.com. Hustlefit on Instagram and hustlefit@gmail.com. Make sure you tune in every Wednesday night for The Conversation. Real people having real conversations. Tonight you are watching Ladies Night, where we have conversations on some of the hottest, latest topics in dating dynamics. We followed up on Friday nights with Boys Club. The exact same thing, some of the hottest topics in dating and relationships. Sunday nights we do what's called Let's Talk About It with Connie Marie, where, man, we showcase some of the greats here in the Phoenix, Arizona area. Welcome to another episode of No Cap Reacts. I'm your man Bailey, a.k.a. Mr. Go Get 'Em. And you are officially watching another episode of Ladies Night. I do have my three lovely ladies. Excuse me. This is part 2 to a conversation that we actually had just a couple of weeks ago. This was a 3-hour podcast last time. Let's see what's going to happen tonight. So I'm going to let the ladies introduce themselves, and then we will go from there, starting with the Miss Lovely Coco.
Hello again. YouTube bro, this is Coco. Bailey, what's my Instagram again? I forgot.
What is your Instagram?
Where's my phone at? See, I need my phone.
Hold up, I'll tell you.
It's either True Coco Goddess or The Coco Goddess 87. One of the two.
Yeah, it is. It happens to be True Coco Goddess 87. How you not know your own shit?
Because I need to be better at social media.
Coco clearly is not on the internet.
No, I'm not. I'm a real life girl. But that is where you can find me if you happen to be looking. And I'm excited about this conversation because I think we got some really good stuff tonight.
All right. And then next on the list is Delusional 1.0.
Rude. Like, let's not get rude tonight.
We're going to finish exactly where we was at last time, so you might as well get used to it.
Touche. I am
You
Val
said touch you?
No, I did not say touch me. God. I am Val Marie. You can catch me on Instagram at The Real Val Marie.
Is there a fake one?
Mm-hmm.
There might be.
There might be several.
All right, and next on the list is the toddler of the group.
Play too much.
I am an adult. Thank you. Yes, Tiana Marie. You can find me on Facebook at Tiana Marie or Instagram at Miss_T_M_T. And I don't know what my Snapchat and all that is. So.
Well, we'll leave the Snapchat and all those things out for now. And then collectively, as do y'all have like a group name that y'all go by chance? Is like,
We never really thought about it.
I know, right?
yeah, y'all might want to.
That's a good idea.
Mm-hmm.
We'll think on that, unless you have an idea.
I'm gonna leave me out of this today.
Please leave him out of it. Please. We don't know.
No way. I can't with y'all too.
You just mad, that's all.
You mad? You big mad?
Okay, So, ladies and gentlemen, tonight is actually going to be different. The reason tonight's different is I'm not coming with my questions. They're coming with the questions. So we are going to cover their topics on this wonderful evening, and we're going to go that route.
So are we asking questions like to the audience, or we're asking questions to this dude?
Hold up. Who is this dude?
I was
our
waiting.
host.
I just stayed quiet, so I was waiting for
Don't get fucked up.
It's too early on in the show for this, guys. Come on.
For real. Come on.
But like, are we asking Bailey the questions, or?
Well,
Yes.
yeah, it's a conversation between us.
We are the conversation.
Natalia said, "Is everyone middle name Marie?" Laugh out loud. Tiana need a booster seat.
Who said that? Who said that? You know what? I kind of do though. I'm sinking into the couch a little bit.
I was
That's
looking
okay.
at you on camera. I was like,
Oh,
"Damn, you make
okay.
me-"
She gets a pass.
That's too
That's
much.
I was like-
that's hilarious. You want a pillow? I can get you a
I
pillow.
might need that. I'm kind of down here. Coco, what's your middle name?
You're discombobulated.
Oh no, it don't start with an M. It's an A.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well,
Two of us.
We used to have a little group back in the day where all of us middle names was Marie. Remember?
Yeah, we did. It was like Stevie, Marie,
Yeah,
Julia,
and
Marie.
Julia. Yep. We were on a podcast show. Actually, we were the Marie girls back in the day.
Oh,
The
wow.
Think
Marie
about it.
girls.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So tonight, ladies and gentlemen, they're going to ask the questions. We're going to do what we usually don't do on Ladies' Night, and it is going to be an open discussion, including Mr. Bailey. I'm pretty sure there's going to be some triggering going on tonight. What kind of alcohol did y'all bring this evening?
We brought some Milagros Reposado tequila and some pineapple juice. My favorite.
Okay, so I definitely anticipate some triggering going on tonight, and some conversations that may not always make sense, but we'll do our best to keep them on track, and let's do it. So,
Don't prejudge. You don't know.
huh?
You don't know.
Yeah, it's already started. What are you talking about?
You started it.
I finish it too, though. It's all good. Coco, how you been?
I've been good. How
I
you
ain't
been,
seen you
Mr.
in a
Bailey?
couple days.
I know, right?
It's been a long time.
It's been all right.
Coco's my best friend.
Oh.
Oh. That's right. That's my best friend. We do best friend shit.
Coco's the shit. Y'all ain't fucking with Coco. Y'all missing out.
You better know
All right.
it.
All right. Who's asking the question?
So I've been asked.
So
She
you
has been appointed.
you are the mistress of the evening, head mister.
You better act like you know.
Okay, so if you're the head mistress, who's the bottom bitch?
Whoa. Wait a minute now.
I don't know.
She ain't here.
That's right. She ain't here. She's a professional. She's not here.
Put that phone away, lady. Let's go.
I'm pulling out my questions.
All right. So we wanted to start out talking about self-awareness and accountability.
Okay.
Because we know that for women, I think it's been widely, I've seen this on social media. I've seen it in real life, like just a lack of accountability in general. I think that some of these words we use, like discipline, awareness, accountability, self should always be in front of it, because the first person to do that for you should always be yourself. You should always be accountable to yourself before you're accountable to anyone else. You should be holding yourself accountable anyway. No one else should have to come and be like, hey, why aren't you thinking about the ish that you didn't do? Like,
Yeah.
if you said it, if you put it out there, it was something that was supposed to happen, you should be the first person to ask yourself that. But there is value in having others be able to hold you accountable. But in this relationship space that we're talking about, the fact that, the breakdown in communication between men and women, the breakdown in communication in all levels of relationship, really, because if we think about relationships in our lives, there are lots of spaces that we have a lack of receiving what we're looking for, and we're taking more from spaces than we're giving, and nothing can live without reciprocity. So if you're taking a certain amount from a certain space, you should be giving back equally over time. So sometimes you might not have it to give immediately, but to me, if in my world, for me personally, if I'm taking something from a space and I know I don't have it to give back immediately, like I can't put it back there in an adequate amount of time. Like if I take this huge chunk out of this person's energy or this whatever, and I can't give back to it, is that thing actually going to be able to sustain life and continue to grow and live if I don't bring that back?
The answer is no, but I'm glad that you said this and you brought this up. Because
Still, like, women are.
there's a video, and I literally just posted this motherfucker probably 2 hours ago on Facebook.
Okay.
So we just going to go ahead and listen to this real quick. And the reason that I say that is, in a lot of relationships today, you're right. People ask for accountability. Specifically, women are asking for men quite often to be accountable, which the world does hold us accountable. The world does not hold you accountable. In most cases, not all, but in most. And on this show, we speak about statistics and generalities because, unfortunately, in the world we live in, whether we like it or not, that's what makes the world go round. And just based off of probability, you have to go off of that because no one is walking around in life going, I'm just going to take a chance at every fucking thing, even though I know it's going to have a shitty outcome. That's just not reality. And if you don't live in reality, congratulations, your life is going to be real fucking hard. But I'm going to shut up. Let's listen to this video real quick.
Are seriously ready for emotionally intelligent men?
Kitty, what do you think?
Okay, let's talk about what emotional intelligence comes with before we even get into this conversation, okay? We're talking about you wanting a man who is tolerant, who regulates his emotions, who also knows how to manage your emotions. But you're also talking about a man who knows how to navigate his sensitivities and everything else when it comes to that. But you have to consider that an emotionally intelligent man is good at cutting people off when he sees that your sensitivities bring too much reactivity. When he sees that you cannot regulate your emotions. When he sees that you have a low tolerance. This type of man that you are asking for is a man who will walk you out the door in a heartbeat if he feels like you are disrupting his peace. If he feels like there's any level of disrespect, because there's a lot that comes with emotional intelligence. So if you asking for that, you got to come with the same level of emotional intelligence as well. Okay? That comes with a number of factors. So if you are a woman who knows that even though you may be sensitive to certain things like criticism, rejection, because you're not always going to be accepted. Sometimes he's going to bounce back, and sometimes he's going to say, I don't agree with your opinion. Sometimes he's going to say, I don't like those thoughts. Sometimes he's going to say, I don't like the way you speak to me. If you're not ready for that, don't be asking for an intelligent man.
Okay. So, and that goes hand in hand with accountability because in situations like, for instance, I can actually relate to that 100% because I am that person. And when I'm having a conversation with people that like to live in delusion, yes, I'm going to cut you off and basically ask you to shut the fuck up. Why? Because you're speaking off of emotion, you're not thinking about what you're saying, and you're putting out a message that makes no sense to no one other than yourself. Which is also why I love having this podcast, because you get to go back and watch it to see how stupid you really look and sound. And that happens to a lot of people that come on this show and then hit me back and say, can I come back on? I think I made a fool out of myself. Being accountable means that you take responsibility for everything you say and everything you do. And a lot of people aren't set up for that. It's like motherfuckers that go out and do crimes. And then when they get locked up, say, I didn't do it. It's like women making bad choices in men, baby daddies, ex-husbands, ex-boyfriends, and then saying that he was 100% at fault. But you chose him. I made a comment, and I actually talked about this recently on the last podcast last night. Women literally have these lists of standards. And on this list of standards, it's all the things that they feel that they deserve and they want and they should have and they deserve. But when they go to the dating grocery store, they go through all of the aisles, they check out, and they come out of the store with nothing on the fucking list. You went grocery shopping with a list and bought nothing on it and expected a good relationship to happen out of that. That does not fucking make sense. And then say, I refuse to settle. No, you are the epitome of settling. Or you're single, which is the epitome of settling for absolutely nothing.
I think we need some shots fired.
Right.
Will they? I agree. Go
Yeah.
ahead, Tiana.
I mean, so we're just talking about majority and not exception, of course. It's just, I've heard that whole thing before where it's like, well, you chose bad, blah, blah. It's not always the case. Not always. A lot of times it is, but not always. There are some cases where, you were pretty young. Maybe you were kind of groomed a little bit, you know what I mean? Maybe the guy presented himself in such a way, or he had, things going on in his life at the time that he was successful or he was doing well, and then you found out later on down the line as you go along that shit just wasn't what it seemed. That happens. So I'm like, I get a little, about that when I hear that, like, oh, you women choose the Ray Rays and the Pookies and you chose bad. You knew he wasn't shit. Sometimes you didn't know
Exactly.
he or she wasn't shit. Like, you find out later on down the line, or like the mask falls off. You know what I'm saying? So
Well, they say that a person can only pretend to be somebody for 3 months.
shit.
Pull
I've
that
seen
up
it
to your
done-
mouth so we can hear you.
I've seen it done for much, much longer. I've seen it done for years.
Yeah, those are the masterminds at it.
But when that happens, we also have to understand that that is a minority of men.
Yeah.
Who is more social, men or women?
I would say women.
Women.
Yeah.
Okay. Men aren't that social. And we're definitely not social enough to become mastermind. And the ones that are, if you look at them, they come from single parent households, usually single mother households, where things are very emotional. And they basically learn the techniques and the qualities of said single mother. She's also the same one that screams, I don't need a man for this, I don't need a man for that, blah, 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 blah. It goes on and on and on. He is just a walking version of her. So, yes, he has no choice. And I say this often. In those type of relationships, that may not be who he truly wants to be, but he is dating, and as he is dating, he is learning on the fly. It is our job as parents to raise our children to be proper husbands and wives, not single fucking parents, not OnlyFans girls, not strippers, not drug dealing ass niggas, robbery niggas, all this dumb shit. We are literally
Remy Ma right now.
literally raising degenerates.
Yeah.
And in having that conversation where we're saying, okay, someone has to hold themselves accountable. With accountability comes first self-control. You have to have major self-control. You have to have emotional stability. And you need discipline among all things. And then with that is what all men usually come. All men usually come with discipline and structure. Two things that almost all women hate. Because now you have to abide and play within the confines of rules. So we did use the term, and I heard the word grooming.
Yes.
Okay? We have to stop with that. Grooming, this is the definition. Grooming is when someone builds a relationship, trust, and emotional connection with a child
Yes.
or young person
Yes.
so they can manipulate,
Correct.
exploit, and abuse them.
Correct.
Yes.
I
So-
know what I was using. I was speaking for myself, being a child that was groomed in a situation.
Well,
I know what I was saying.
Not you. So many, that word is used quite often. There are some cases where your mama's best friend, your daddy's best friend is like, oh yeah, I'm about to groom this. Those are predators.
Yeah.
That is predatory things. The average man, whether we want to admit it or not, out here roaming these streets are not predators.
No.
Grooming is very, we'll call it niche. Probably 1 out of 100,000 women get groomed. That's that R. Kelly shit.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I just sometimes I try not to take it personal, or it's hard for me personally to listen when guys talk all that shit about, oh, you women knew better, you chose this and that. When I'm like, well, I do fit into that exception where I didn't, like, I was a child, whatever. I don't care. Break out the baby
Bailey.
violin, whatever.
It is a sad story.
It is a sad story. It is what it is. Whatever. So when I talk about how I was married for a long time, like that's how it started. So it's like I don't know what to listen to or believe when I hear, because I am trying to take accountability. Like, well, damn, where did I go wrong? What did I do? It's kind of
if you were groomed,
yeah.
that's not on you.
Yeah.
Right.
If you are truly groomed, that means that a predator preyed on you.
Yep.
That is a whole totally different situation. That is, again, is very niche. It doesn't happen often. And it is the most evil thing that human beings can do.
I think it happens more often than we like to.
Yeah,
think it
because a lot
does.
of women get so brainwashed, or you're still under this like, well, that's not.
And then
no,
a lot
that
of
is
women
what
don't
happened.
talk on it. They
Yeah,
really
and a
don't
lot of
talk
women don't
on
want to talk about
or
it. It's
whatever, so-
embarrassing. It's humiliating. It happens.
So Bailey, let's do this then. Let's define the difference between grooming and what we do see. Because we're talking about reality, what people are experiencing, and not the exception to the rules. We know that both men and women get into relationships. Let's go to the intimate relationship space. People introduce themselves wearing these masks, talking about what they do, what they don't do, where they are, where they're not, with intention that they don't express. This is going to help us segue into another subject too, but I think it kind of, let's just go ahead and add it in there. This whole thing about communication and definition, right? So where people are having an intention of not wanting to be in a specific level or intimacy level with a person, it's just sex, or it's just a play partner. Like you're someone that I can go make dates with, and we can go out and have fun. You know, don't have to have, not including sexual play, just something separate. Us not defining things
We
and not being.
We call that the experience. that literally goes to the question of, are people today dating for the experience or dating for a relationship? So what you're saying, I understand that fully.
Yep.
And so to take it back to the original portion of that, first and foremost in dating, whether y'all like it or not, y'all love Pookies and Ray Rays. The reason y'all love Pookies and Ray Rays is because they are the tall, sexy, sweet talking,
The fucking song.
nice car driving. They're basically pimps, but without getting the money aspect of it.
Niggas and drug dealers and gang members with tattoos.
Okay, but there's the thing. The reason that there are songs and shit like that is because it's a known fact that that's what women go for. Okay, we know at the end of the day, and I can say, as a nigga growing up in the fucking hood, the nigga that was out there on the corner selling all the drugs had all the women. Why? Because he had all the resources. Now, you knew he wasn't shit. You know he goes in and out of jail. You know he got 3 fucking baby mamas. But the nurturing aspect of women is he's going to change for me. And I can say that I see this firsthand because there's no secret. I have an older brother that I refuse to deal with. Why? 15 kids. Can't tell you how many baby mamas.
Literally
and
15 kids?
Literally 15 children. Probably more than that. Those 15 we know about.
I got an uncle like that.
Okay? And the bad part about it is every chick thinks that she can change him or she's gonna be the one. And you all end up in the exact same situation as the last chick, but you swear that you will never become that chick, only to become that chick.
The dumb bitch is what I call it. Yes.
And then after you move past that, or the fact that you don't even make it that far, or you make it that far for one reason only, which goes to the latter question. Y'all want the fucking experience. You want this dude that's gonna come in, because again, when he has extra resources and he don't give a fuck, aka extra money, drug dealers, street niggas, scammers, when that nigga is gonna take you to Steak 44 instead of Lone Star, your pussy gets wet. And you feel like you're important and you're special. And this is the thing, and I say this to women all the time. If he takes you there on the first date, you already fucked up. Because you already been sucked in. So now you have this expectation of this great, granular, amazing experience, and he's going to take me on
Wait, I have a question. So, if I date a guy that takes me to Steak 44 for the first time on our first date, why did I already fuck up? Like, can you
Because
'cause
now
I didn't-
you belong to him.
Because
You're
he's
sucked
selling
in.
you. He's selling you.
Yes.
We went over this in the last time when she said something about, when Tiana said something about,
So I have to tell him to take me to McDonald's.
no. So
No.
it was the part of the conversation and we said something about a date and you said, yeah, so where are you going to take me out to? And I said, I'm not taking you out. You're going to spend time with me getting to actually know me where we can build something that has nothing to do with alcohol because it clouds the mind, which is another thing. Y'all should stop going on dates drinking. You're clouding your judgment. And food, because I want the big, juicy $150 steak. Well, whether you know it or not, what's the difference between you have to take me out to get to know me before we have sex and call 1-800-666-5454 and get some pussy tonight? There's no difference.
Same price.
Same price, same thing. Yeah. The difference is you think he's really into you. But what you don't realize is 2 weeks ago he did this for the same bitch. And 2 weeks before that was another bitch. And another bitch. And why? Because it's game. He's literally preying on you. He is setting you up for the kill. And y'all go for it every time. If a dude starts out like that, he has motive and a negative connotation. If a man comes into your life and he's not trying to wine you and dine you, he's trying to get to know you, y'all hate that shit. He's looking for a relationship. He's looking for a wife. How, y'all always want to talk about, well, it's 2024. Well, then how the fuck in 2024 have y'all not realized this yet? How many times do females have to make the exact same mistakes with multiple dudes? Because y'all go through multiple dudes.
Some of us do.
To end up in the exact same position with another dude. Again, you go to the grocery store with this whole long list. He's got to be this.
So why when a female finally realizes that that's not what she wants to do, and now she's like single and just dating, trying to, I guess, right, find different, right? Because obviously
by that time you're fucking 40 or right before 40, which is when men aren't that interested in you.
Is there an age
you didn't even let me
limit?
finish the question.
No, I'm saying you said why do dudes when a woman gets to that point? I'm interjecting. At the time that women realize that, you're not 25. You're 35 to 40, 45 years old.
Okay. So your point? I'm just
Why
trying
is there an age on it?
I know, because I know women that aren't that age and are going through that.
Okay, what do men find attractive in
Youth.
women?
Okay, yeah, I get the age thing. Blah, yeah, youth and all that, and
Okay,
fertility.
and most men also want what when they get with a woman?
I don't know. I'm not a
probably
man.
children.
Yeah,
I get the fertility thing.
if
and all that. Yeah,
is looking for a woman for something long term,
probably wants to have kids.
He probably wants to have children.
Yes.
Fucking 89-year-old Robin De Niro just had what?
A brand new baby.
A brand new baby with a 20-something-year-old chick.
Yep.
Like, again, history has told us every fucking thing. But no one pays attention to it.
Maybe you should teach a class.
I do. It's called No Cap Reacts. 4 nights a week. Like, we're here all the time.
101.
Right. So pretty much everything that you just said, though, is pointing to people's disillusionment, people being disillusioned. And I think that disillusion goes on both sides of the table, but definitely more so with females because you're talking about repetitive behavior, which is exactly true because we see that a lot. You date one guy, you don't like all these things, you make this huge list, and like you said, you go to the grocery store and you pick up everything except for what you have on your list. And I personally believe that comes from you're making a list about what you want from him, but you forgot to go to the other side of the paper and make the list of what you need to be in order to
what the fuck are you doing?
to do and get those things
offering?
like that. Like the video we just watched, you talking about you want an emotionally mature man. You want this picturesque being over here, but where is the reflection of that picturesque being in you?
So, like you have to be able to handle that. And then also give the same thing in return.
Exactly. You have to be managing yourself. You have to be managing your own emotions. You have to be practicing self-awareness and self-accountability and self-discipline. Like, how you gonna be somebody who? I'm one who really don't like for people to be nowhere trying to tell me.
Because
what
like
to
how can you talk about the 30 to 40-year-old woman that hasn't got it figured out yet or whatever the fuck he just said? But what about the 45-year-old man that isn't that either?
So there's a two-part
still
to
lives
that.
in an apartment,
Hold
still
on.
doesn't have their shit together.
Two...
Isn't married to their
See, men can have babies until their 80s and shit. Like, that's where it becomes different for men and women.
Yeah,
men and women. First and foremost, what you have to stop doing is thinking that men and women are equal. Because you feel like if I can do it, then he can do it.
No, I'm
if
not
he
saying,
can do it, then
that's
I can
why
do
I
it.
said, what about the man that's there? Like,
Okay.
what are we saying about him is what I'm asking. I'm not saying that we're the same.
So here's the thing. The chick that's 30 or 40 something years old, again, is being judged by the world, whether we like it or not, of the man that she can retain. The 45-year-old man, well, again, if you allow a man to just be a man, we will live in a cardboard fucking box. We don't need to have everything because we're judged off of what we achieve. So if that man, which is far and few between, and that's something that I think people forget. I just did this with someone on the show. 15% of the United States of America are 6 feet tall. That's men and women. So you got to cut that in half. 15% then turns to 7.5%. $100,000 to $150,000 becomes 6-7%. Cut that in half because that's total of men and women. So now you got to cut that in half. By the time you get done, the man that you guys speak about is less than less than even half a percentage point of this man. And that's not in one city or one state. That's in the entire United States of America. So when you get to looking for these particular things, you have to understand that the chance of you finding these things that people ask for on such a regular basis is so small and minute that it's less than a needle in a haystack. It's like the head of the needle in a haystack. So you're not going to have that. So what you have to do is you have to truly evaluate what it is that you're really looking for. See, women, whether you guys like it or not, your DNA, safety, security, and provision. That's all you require. All that extra shit you guys throw in there is just that. So I'm reading a study now, and I'm going to unfold this here shortly. But one of the things that has been shown is, hold on. Natalia says Team Coco. Jason says, hey, what up? I'm on the plane. I'm 44, willing to chill, laugh out loud. Menopause for women. True. Okay.
Menopause.
Okay.
Damn.
And guess what? When a woman goes through menopause, that puts men on pause. Okay. The study is, over history, men have not changed. Women have. And the only thing that's changed is your wants and your needs of what you want differently from a partner. Because as the money has increased, which is an illusion, as money has increased, there's the illusion that people have all this money. As resources have increased, food, technology has made it easier for you to say, I'm independent and I can take care of myself and I don't need a man. Because back in the day, without a man, you didn't get fired. Without a man, you didn't have a house because he has the one motherfucker had to cut down the trees and build that shit. He had to go out and hunt for the food. He was the one when the Vikings came through. He had to fight off 2, 3, 4, 5 of them motherfuckers. So you didn't get taken advantage of or just stolen. Those things have disappeared because you got now police and the fire department and the army and the Coast Guards. There's so many different things that have been created to make your life so easy that now you can sit here and go, I can have whatever I want whenever I want it. Until you actually go out to find this, I can have whatever I want, whatever I want it, man. And guess what? The niggas is ghosts. They're not real. And the ones of us that are, you don't like how we talk.
I feel like Disney ruined it for a lot of us.
Disney ruined the fuck out of a lot of it, and they ruin it even more.
Yeah, and they keep ruining it, and it's not just. I don't think it's just Disney though. So yes,
it's the fantasy. It's the
Disney
fantasy
has played a part in exactly. It's the fantasy because
there's some Prince Charming out there, and all you gotta do is just
he's just gonna save you. You
right,
can you can eat a poison apple, fall asleep. He's gonna wake you up with a kiss.
Kiss a frog.
Right, kissing the frog.
But then when you realize that he ain't out there, you ain't shit.
Right.
Like
Well,
you're the one. You're the fucked up one because you thought there was a Prince Charming out there and there wasn't.
No, here's the bad part. It's not the fact that we say that y'all are fucked up. What the problem is what happens.
Don't say y'all.
Again, what the problem is so many women go out and allow themselves to get ran through by niggas that ain't shit to then say, I deserve Denzel Washington. I deserve Idris Elba. I deserve Brad Pitt. No, now you're not shit because of who you chose to surround yourself with. This is why all throughout history, a woman was to be a virgin until marriage. And if you made it to 30 without getting married, something was wrong with you. But those traditions
those are dead.
are gone and dead. So again, you have no accountability for some of the choices that your grandmothers and great-grandmothers and great-great-grandmothers, they held those certain things. But that's also why, for the most part, they were married, they had children, they were happy, they went through what they went through.
I don't know about being happy, but they...
Well, this is the problem. We sell a story that they weren't happy, but we all see our fucking grandparents, and I've never met anybody's grandparents that weren't happy. Very few were divorced, and the ones that were, they made their decisions
because they back then they weren't as, how can I say it, like
they dealt with a lot of
they,
shit.
They dealt with it and
they dealt with
quiet.
it because they had
like
to.
they dealt with it.
They didn't really have choices and options like how we have today.
Thank you.
A lot of women that were married by the time they were, before, like how you said back then, were either married to men that they didn't even want to marry. They were like fixed marriages. They were marriages that they just didn't want to be in, but they got in because family told them or they had to. And
perfect.
They were dealing with stuff that they didn't even want to deal with, like getting abused or whatever by these men. But if you left, they kept quiet about it because if you left, then you were no good.
Okay, now we're going to bring this to the forefront. What percentage of women do you think are abused today?
I can definitely say 2 out of 3.
In the internet age,
Probably a lot less than what it was back in the day. I have to guess, because there were a lot of women being abused back then. They were just quiet about it.
But like, what's back then, right? Because
Back in our grandparents' days,
okay.
You know, my grandma, she got married when she was 18 to my grandfather. You know what I mean? And all, like he's saying, like all we see is like they were happily married, they had children, they built a life together. There was no complaints, but it was because they didn't really speak about it. It just came along with marriage. It came along with relationship. You just dealt with that shit.
okay, so you want to know what the actual numbers are?
Sure. Let's hear
1
the
in 3
statistics.
women, 1 in 4 men.
Okay.
Okay, in marriages, recorded domestic violence, these are the ones that are called in, is under 20%. Under 20%. It's like 14%. Now, the craziest part about it, you know what the highest percentage that makes that up is?
Being. Men.
But you know,
Probably
No,
men.
actually, lesbian marriages
But you know,
make up the highest of domestic assaults.
yeah, because they
I believe it.
But wait, hold on.
Girls are crazy.
That's why, like, sometimes these numbers, like, I get what you're saying.
There's statistics, but
Yeah.
that's recorded. You know how many are
like,
not recorded?
you know how many are not recorded? Like, how many
So,
females go
guess
through
what?
it
We live in
and
a
don't
world-
call the cops?
We live in a
How
world.
many? That's why I can see 2 females calling cops. Like,
Here,
you know what
but
I'm
but
saying?
here's the issue. Whether we like it or not, we can't talk about the shit that we don't know about. Numbers don't lie. When y'all want to talk about money, numbers don't lie. Statistics is there. Oh, men make more money than women do. When the statistics are in your favor, you fucking love them. But with the moment they're not in your favor, I don't believe in statistics. They're not real. We gotta go talk about the things that we don't know about.
It's not that they're not real. It's just that you have to add a little bit of wiggle room with statistics. So it's
Again,
like 1 in 3, probably like 2 in 3.
That's why I preface it with what we know about.
What we know about.
What we don't know about, there's no point in speculating.
True.
Okay? Guess what? O.J. Simpson got off with the murder. We can speculate he did it. We can all say he did it. There's no proof.
He said he did it.
There's no proof.
He said he did it,
There's-
though.
Did he? Really?
Yes, the fucking book where it was like, if, in tiny little words, I did it. If.
So, in
did
domestic
it,
violence, and when they put in domestic violence, especially when it comes to divorces that keep it at that rate, the craziest part about it is it is made bigger than what it is. You know why? Because they also put alcohol abuse and they add that in there.
Right. I have a question for you, Bailey.
Ask away.
Do you feel that women stay in a domestic violence relationship out of choice?
No, women stay in domestic violence because usually you're in fear.
Yeah.
And the moment you instill fear into a woman, she's not leaving. Because there is this thing inside of you that as much as you want to let go, you also still love this person. Like, women don't leave until you're absolutely fed up. I've seen women allow themselves to almost get killed. And it doesn't matter how much you talk to them. It doesn't matter how much it goes. I'm coming to get you, and I come get you, and you stay for 3 or 4 days, and you literally run away from peace to go back to havoc and chaos. Which is why, again, we understand that y'all love Pookies and Rare. This is why Love and Hip Hops and all these shows are amazing. Y'all love drama.
What you
If
call
there's
them
no
amazing.
drama, y'all love men that you know other women love. And then you complain when he cheated on me, he did this, he did. Well, you knew 10 bitches was chasing him in the first place. You just felt amazing because you were the prize. He chose me over all those bitches. Yeah, that's my man over there. And you go post him all over the internet, and then all these bitches come out. Well, he was just fucking me last night, and he fucked me the other day, and he did this and he did that. Duh, motherfucker. You knew that boy was a hoe.
You knew he was for the streets. You knew he was for everybody. Come on.
He's not a hoe. He's a hoe maker.
No, well, yeah, that's
Well,
right. That's straight.
there you
Okay.
go.
But that's just it. Again, these things are known, but do you run from them? No, you run to them.
Nah,
and then complain when you end up in a situation that you was gonna end up in anyway.
So you're saying that women knew they were going to end up in a domestic violence relationship?
So we weren't talking about domestic violence no more at that point. But if we want to go there, why do women fall into the category, this is my third relationship, this is the third motherfucker that beat me?
That's something that woman has to ask herself.
Correct.
Right.
And do a deep dive and figure out what
There's
the
some-
fuck it is about
there's a
you
disconnect.
that's attracting
Right.
that.
There's a disconnect. And then
Yeah.
I've had a chick, I was much younger, okay? I had a chick that told me, I'm so in love with you, I'm obsessed with you. And I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing until you show me you love me. I'm like, what the fuck does that mean? Because the only way you feel like that I'm going to show you I love you is if I beat you. And she's like, exactly. No, I'm done with you.
Oh, no.
Women literally, depending on whatever disconnect has happened in their life, they require that level of toxic
Yeah, they need counseling.
just to know that they are
Valid.
in that person's life.
Right.
Yeah.
So no.
You need help.
What women go through, again, this goes back to where we started this shit. There's a level of accountability a motherfucker has to take. Because the first time, people get so mad at me, specifically women in dating in my past even. I refuse to argue with a female. You're not worth it to me. There is nothing in this world that's going to make me raise my voice at you, yell at you, let alone put my hands on you. You know why? I have earned too much, gained too much, and I think way too highly of myself to allow myself to stoop to a level of absolute childishness to do that.
Go ahead, baby.
I will remove you from my presence in my life.
Now,
And
see-
if you choose not to leave, yes, I'm that nigga that's going to call the police and get this bitch out of my house.
Hand claps for you, Bailey. So here's my thing. What is it? I agree. It's absolutely a disconnect. That story makes me laugh because it makes me think about a story that my daddy told me. Or was it my mama who told me the story about my daddy? But anyway, same situation. My daddy had the same situation. He got with this chick, thought she was cool, everything was fine, and she felt the same way. She said he didn't love her unless he beat her. So why any person, like, why would you think that is like some immense it's a huge level of toxicity for you, and it's something wrong for a person to think that love equals
Pain and abuse.
not pain, abuse. That you have to subject yourself and degrade yourself to such a level, not because you want to or not because it's something that you take pleasure from. You put yourself in this situation and you're looking for someone to do that because you believe that is how a person expresses their love for you. You have so much trauma.
But we have to ask
brewing
what
in your body.
environment.
I think
the environment they were raised in. See, usually they grew up where that's how they were shown love.
Love.
Because there's a difference between chastising a child and beating a child.
Exactly.
I think a lot of it comes to like I've heard stories where the woman thinks she stays because she thinks she can fix them.
At band camp, I heard stories.
No, actually.
No. So
So-
she again, that's that nurturing. So
Yeah.
an extremely nurturing woman feels like she can fix him. The women that my brother tends to deal with, because his first wife, every time he put his hands on her, I put my hands on him. Okay? My younger brother, because I went on a state vacation for 4 years, and I heard he was still doing other shit to the chicks he was with. My little brother, when he put hands on her, my little brother would go put hands on him. Like, I have been put in multiple situations the last time in Vegas. I didn't know the guy. I didn't know the woman. But my brother did, and we were all staying together on a Vegas trip. He put his hands on his wife. Technically, yes, that is his wife. So that is your prerogative, but never in my presence. And I beat the shit out of him.
Good.
Okay?
Be careful with that though, Bailey. I had a cousin that was killed like that. He got involved in
Yeah,
somebody.
I've heard a few.
I heard of
stories like that.
Yeah, where he did the same thing you did. He got involved and
But
he ended up losing his life for a girl that wasn't even his.
I think
But I get
Bailey's
it.
prepared though. I don't
Yeah.
think
Yeah, I know.
I don't think he's gonna go out like that.
I mean, this was back in the day.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm definitely typically
I'm
the
just
wrong
saying,
person.
be careful. That's all.
Well, again, my days of being out and about and roaming the streets and being around certain types of people and situations are almost to -0. I have get too much to lose. Children are my main focus and priority, and my legacy is something. I don't care whether people say it or not, but I refuse to die until I'm great. And not because I say I'm great, but because other people do. Okay. I will continue to help as many people put together their relationships, their love life, their businesses, and everything until when I die, my funeral better be lit. It fuck 11/11 with any motherfucking celebrity there. That is going to be my funeral. No ifs, ands, or buts about it.
Right.
Heard.
So
Got it.
We will make that happen.
Yes.
So, so with that, I mean, and that's interesting though, Bailey, because where does that leave? So we talk about where people we just talked about the value and the validity of people's environment of where they were reared, and I agree with that because it does have a lot to do with who we become as adults. But we're back to this accountability and self-awareness again, because like in that instance with the female who believes that abuse is necessary in the relationship for it to be solidified or valid, or for them to be know that they're loved. To me, that's that type of person is someone who invites the individual who would be predatory and abusive and grossly overstepping boundaries that most of those individuals are not going to have. So we're talking about people. I feel like on both sides of the table, you have to be willing to acknowledge and have some self-awareness about what your wounds are, what your hurts and your pains are, where your trauma is, and where you are in your process of becoming a better person. Because at what point do you take up the standard for yourself that I'm not going to be accepting of these things, that I'm going to be this person and I'm going to set these boundaries in order for me to be able to be ready for the type of person that I say that I want. But even before the person that you say that you want, in order for you to live the life that you want to live as an individual, as a man, woman, it doesn't matter.
Look,
because how is it that we get
answer-
into these situations and again, they're repetitive. We keep getting the same person just with a different look every time.
And in a different body. That takes self-work, though.
Well, no, we have. I'm gonna put the camera on me for once and actually look at the camera. The answer to that question is super simple, and it's why I push 2-family households. As a child, you do not know your value without a mother and a father. Plain blank period. Your father gives you discipline and fucking gives you structure, which is a whole totally different kind of love that teaches you not to deal and put up with shit. Your mother is nurturing. And when you fall and you get a boo-boo and something happens, or when the PTA meetings come, there's a different type of love, caring, understanding, but there's hardly ever structure and there's hardly ever true discipline. Most, and I see this all the time, Bobby, if you don't put your toys up, I'm going to be in there in 1, 2, 3, or 3, 2, 1. Like, because there's no structure and there's no discipline, that child doesn't understand what it is to live within the confines of taking care of things correctly, or understanding that if I do this, I'm going to get in trouble. If I do that, I'm going to get in trouble. This is wrong, and this is wrong. And not because you're told, because if you do some fucked up shit, there's a repercussion when you get home. Fathers instill that, which also means when you get to a certain age, as a woman, a little girl going into her womanhood, you have your father there going, don't fuck with that dude. He isn't shit. See, the difference between, oh, well, my grandfather can do it, or my uncle, or their uncle in this, is the fact that you are direct reflection of me. And I refuse to let you be a fuck up. That's why fathers get pissed off when their daughters are on stripper poles or in porn and all kinds of shit. You have let us down. That is what is missing in a lot of little girls and even boys' life. Because it's the thing, as a man.
But I know people that come from like 2-parent households and like are still like.
But that's because them 2 parents was not on the up and up.
Yeah.
Because I was just about to ask you, so what do you do? What's the solution for, because, you know, sometimes in today's world, we know what some of these guys are like, and they might be with a chick, being unfaithful all over the place, bumming. All kinds of ish be going on with these young dudes these days, right? So if you have a young man, I'll be nice. Young man.
Male.
A young
Male.
man who is not fully solidified in his manhood. He's had either a lack of fathering himself or has rebelled against the whole setup of structure and discipline that his father wanted. So he decided to be for the streets, and he has this disillusionment of gangsterhood or whatever. He may or may not be living that lifestyle. But my point is, now he has reproduced with a female, and this chick is with this person, but they're not able to give what you just described. That's a 2-parent household that is not balanced and harmonious, in that the mom is giving that nurturing, being the nurturing mother woman that she's supposed to be, but the dad side of things lacks or is unstable, wobbly. It's got some hinks that need to be worked out. What gets done then? What do you do for your child? What happens is this the result of that? Is this what we see? Is that why we're seeing what we're seeing now? Is this the fallout of that we have young men who don't know how to be fathers, young men who don't carry structure and frame because they don't know how to be disciplined, and they don't know how to be structured, and they don't know how to teach that? Like,
majority of those guys come from single moms. And when you do have those that come from 2-parent households, you have to look at the 2 parents. And this is where I've said this quite often. At some point in time, as adults, we have to start to we have to hold our parents accountable. Because you fucked me. You fucked me.
Ooh, let's take a drink to that.
fuck me up, man.
Girl.
You threw me to, and that's where, stop kicking your fucking kids out of 18 years old. They're not ready.
Speak
No.
on that, please. I cannot understand that.
'Kay,
I don't
you guys-
understand that at all.
18 does not make you grown.
At all.
Okay? And 18, throwing them out in a world, shit.
Last month they were not.
The average cost of an apartment here in Phoenix, Arizona right now is $1,400. Where are you working at 18 years old that's making 3 times that? Because now you have to make 3 times that in order to even fucking get a place.
Talk about that.
I will say this too. Make sure your household is suitable to keep your kids longer. So make sure it's not a toxic environment to where your kids can't wait to get the fuck out of your house at 18, because that was definitely my experience. That's all. Had I had a household to where I could have stuck it out, maybe through college or something, who knows what life would have been like. That's all. But I try to provide that for my kids at least.
Mine's 23 and she ain't going nowhere until she finds.
Yeah, mine's almost 20. Same
But
thing.
and that's another thing is like as parents, you know, y'all have daughters. You both have daughters.
Yeah, we both have
Cool.
daughters.
You know what you should be pushing your daughter to do?
What?
Find a good fucking man and get married. You're not leaving to this house till you get married.
Well, my daughter has a good man that she's been with for a couple years. And
Cool.
they're
He
talking
needs
about
to
that.
marry her. She
Yeah.
can't leave the house till you put a ring on it.
Yeah, that is our arrangement. She needs to finish college and
No, fuck finishing college.
Well.
Like, see, and this is the dream. This is I just posted this on my Facebook again. We are living the American dream.
I get it.
Which
I
is
get
a
it.
lie.
College sucks. I get it. I get it. College is not.
If she has a true good man, all she's doing is creating debt.
No, she gets grants because
Okay.
I teach her correctly.
Well,
but my
so-
thing is, you need to have structure or at least something to fall back on.
No, because you're
something-
teaching her to believe that one day he's gonna leave her.
No, not leave. What if you guys fall on hard times? You both
Like
need,
you
need
just
to be able to
said,
provide.
like a household.
Like what? So if he, whatever happens to him, I
So
don't
you're
know.
saying she needs to find a man that makes 3 times the rent on his own?
But like, what will you
Like,
do
you know-
if something happens
No,
to
I'm
him? Like
asking-
no,
But-
like
no.
what if he
Like,
falls
I'm asking a
sick?
serious
Or
question.
what if something happens to him? She doesn't have a fucking clue about how to take care of herself. I don't want to
See,
raise my daughter like
college
that.
doesn't teach her not to take
I
care of
know
herself.
that.
She, as a matter of fact, people that with no college degrees, self included, make far
Self-
more money than people
I
that
get
have
it.
college
I
degrees.
know. She brings that topic up to me all the time. But mom, you don't have a degree. I get it.
Your
I know.
teacher,
I know.
school, since the beginning of time, since they created it, was taught to make us worker bees.
I get
That's
it. I understand the
So
whole
her
institution
going
and
to
all that.
school, actually, I mean, yeah, great. Like she's learning things that she's never, because they're still not teaching her how to run a household.
No,
It's
I teach
not
her that.
Thank you.
I
I just want her to be able to. What the bigger goal is, honestly, is so that she can learn specific skills, so that she can take that and make her own.
Put her in
life and her own
cosmetology school
business.
then.
No, what she's trying to do is no.
No, see, that's
That's
what,
my
no.
other daughter.
She
No, that's not
understood.
for her.
No, so here's the thing. What is she going to school for?
It's cybersecurity. I want her to have her own business.
Okay, as a cybersecurity specialist, you can fucking learn that on YouTube Academy. You can go to many of trade schools for 6 months and get the exact
She
same
just
thing.
started. I know.
My nephew, as a matter of fact, my nephew, who is 23 years old, did that himself. And,
Okay.
and went to the school, and now he is running one of the top medical places in
This is what
Detroit.
I want for my daughter. I'm trying to teach her. She just needs to be taught a few skills. Take that shit and
But
run with it.
here's what y'all fail to understand. I understand you want to teach your daughter a few skills for her to basically be her own boss one day.
Yes.
Okay, that is not what men are looking for in women. And the moment she has a child, she's not going to care about
She's
being
not
a
having
boss
kids.
anymore.
She don't want kids. She's not having kids.
You know how many 18, 19, 23, 25-year-old chicks? I'm not having kids. That fucking biological clock
I know.
kicks in.
I look, and I know that, which is why I told her, look, get on some semi-permanent birth control, because I know that once you approach, you get farther along in your life, which is good for her. I don't want her to have
and
kids
this is the
young.
thing. You realize, talk to my guys. Fucking be trashmen. Learn a goddamn trade. Thank you, Marcy. Find a tradesman. They make bank, no college. Need
I
it.
get it.
No
I know.
college debt. Trash men, 6 figures. Okay? True construction workers, join a fucking union.
Yeah.
Warehouse workers,
Bus
union.
drivers.
There are so many jobs that are out here. Truck
know.
driver. They're short on truck drivers right now. Out the ass. 6 figures.
Yeah, they pay a lot. I know.
Okay? There are so many different jobs that no, her ass don't have to worry about shit. But again, it's the thought process, it's the training. You're teaching your daughter to be able to take care of yourself, which means don't depend on a man. Guess
Well,
what?
I'm teaching
When-
my daughter to take care of herself until she finds that man.
I'm like, look,
I mean, but at the end
if
of
she's
the day,
staying at home, she doesn't need to. And this is the thing: instead of being in fucking school, she actually should be working
Wait.
and not paying any bills.
She is
and she should
working.
be stacking that money up.
she does that. I let her do all of that.
No,
Like-
no, you
wait, but
don't
if she stays
let.
at home, how does she find somebody?
What?
Because you said
If she's living at home, that I didn't say turn her to a fucking Rapunzel.
I guess I misheard that. I was
It
like,
might look. I'm a believer, a true believer in having like a plan B.
Correct. This is what's the problem is. Women run around constantly in fear of I'm gonna get left and I always need a plan B.
It's not about getting left. What if he dies? What if he gets sick?
If he
What
dies,
happens?
she's getting paid regardless because that's his wife.
If he has life insurance,
There is no if. I have 6 life insurance policies
that's
on my.
you. Not everybody does that. Most people don't.
No, most
But that's what he's saying.
men, because again, you want him to marry a man, not a boy, a man.
Yeah, that's
So
not.
again,
those are in short.
right
now.
No, they're not. The
Yeah,
problem is they're in short because you're looking in the wrong places. There are plenty of good men out here, but guess what? They're not 6 feet. They might be fucking chubby, and they work blue collar jobs. They're your trash man. There's 2 niggas on that truck. I guarantee one of them motherfuckers is single every time Waste Management comes to get that trash.
Well,
so when waste management comes, I'm gonna stand outside.
first of all, those trash dudes make pretty good fucking
I know.
money.
I'm
So
just-
do UPS guys. All these unionized people he's talking about, they make
Uh huh.
good money.
And guess what? You know how many of these? My cousin actually is a retired athlete, but he now works for UPS. You know how many?
UPS pays.
Yeah, and guess what? You know how many
Wow.
of his $200,000 making a year friends come over for Thanksgiving, Christmas? We just did New Year's.
No, how many?
And guess what? A lot, and they're all fucking single.
Never
What?
mind.
Yes, they're single.
Sending an invite.
Is there an
hell?
open invite to this or what?
That's the crazy part. They're all single.
Are they? Anyway. Well,
What's wrong with them? Why haven't they found a wife?
Cause this newsflash, newsflash, real men that make real money aren't in the streets. We're fucking working. How many hours does a truck driver work? How often is he at home?
He probably works a good 80 hours.
How long? How many hours
Yeah.
does the trash can? How many hours does he work a day?
So basically, on trash day, which in my neighborhood is Thursdays, we should be outside.
You know how many
Be
women
outside
have
pulling
met
weeds and
You know
shit,
how many
girl.
women have met their husband by giving the trash man fucking water?
For real?
Yes.
I definitely like
Who would've-
in the wrong
It was Thursday today, but like, okay, keep that in mind.
So what we're talking about here is the disillusionment that social media has created.
Ooh,
Because-
let's talk on
Yes,
it.
Let's talk
big
about
time.
it. Speak on
Huge,
it.
huge.
So what you just and I mean I remember hearing this a long time. I remember my dad was a tradesman. Okay, my dad was a welder.
Plumbers, electricians, nobody looks at them niggas.
Right? No,
Let's not talk about blood.
No, but hold on. Here's the thing.
No, okay,
Again,
so-
here's the
Hold
thing.
on.
They're
Can
not.
I
They're
speak?
not tall, and they're not the most attractive
Wait,
dudes.
that's
And you
fine.
think about the
Wait,
plumber with the
that's
butt
fine.
crack.
Can I speak
That's
about
fine.
it? Can I
That's
speak
not
on
Yeah,
something?
go ahead. But go ahead. I know you got a story.
No, okay.
Some plumber cleans your pipes the wrong way.
No, he did not clean my
A
pipes.
pipe fitter.
He's not a plumber.
Nobody
He's not a
can clean
plumber.
a
He's a
pipe
pipe fitter,
yet.
by the way.
Lord.
So, okay.
Oh.
So I'm like, I used to want to date the drug dealers, the gangbangers, whatever you called them earlier, right?
Big
That,
Pookies and Ray Rays.
yeah,
Pookies and Ray Rays.
Yes. I, in time, discovering myself and growing, I have realized that that is not what I want to date anymore. So I am trying to date outside of that. And one of them, so like, I went on a date with somebody that was a plumber. But
Pipe.
oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, he's not a plumber. He's a pipe fitter. But he did like, I don't know. Like I guess like me, like right. I'm trying to take accountability on my part.
Turn
like,
the mic around.
I'm trying to take accountability like on my part as well. Like I'm trying to understand. Okay, is it me that I just have so much trauma and the way I see things like I try to find something wrong in every person now, or are these people like really like just the same idiots too sometimes? Like I don't know what I'm trying to say.
Okay, so let me ask you this question: do you truly understand that a lot of times, the number one reason you want dudes to take you on dates is because you're also looking for reasons to disqualify them. Women tend to look for men to disqualify more than to qualify, which is all the more reason why I say stop letting strangers take you out on dates. Go sit at Tempe Town Lake for 3 hours on a bench and have a conversation and find out if you actually have chemistry. Can you communicate?
Isn't that what you're supposed to do on a date?
Yeah.
No, because you just go to dinner.
No, not dinner.
Not necessarily.
Okay, what'd you do on that date?
We had brunch.
Pipe fitter dinner.
Again, you went for food.
Sometimes you
No.
sit
So
and just
we would-
talk
No,
though.
no.
There are
we
times.
sat there and we talked. Like, what's the difference between me sitting on a bench talking with some random stranger or me sitting at a brunch table talking with?
Because you're
random
gonna learn
stranger?
more with the random stranger than you are at brunch because you got somebody interrupting. The conversation's not that great, and usually after the brunch or the lunch or the date or the coffee or the food, it's over. 2 to 3 hours sitting on a bench with no disruptions to see if you guys can just hold a simple conversation. Can you talk to each other? Is there chemistry? Do you walk away from that?
I mean, I found out on that date there was no chemistry, and that's why there's not a second date.
What if there was chemistry? So what?
That's what I'm saying. On that particular date, I went and had brunch.
Would you guys like to learn how to fast track?
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's
Okay,
listen.
so if you
Let's
want to
hear.
fast track, then
Yes.
instead of coming up with reasons for why you shouldn't do it, actually listen.
I'm listening. Go ahead.
Go sit on a park bench. Go sit at Barnes and Nobles and just talk to people. Stop going out on dates. 2, y'all need to understand something. If a man is willing to take you out on a date and that's the first time y'all are meeting, understand he does that for everybody. You're no different. So what makes you stand out even more than his girlfriend or his wife? Because I can tell you this. I used to be that nigga. And I would walk into a restaurant. I could be like, okay, sat with Laura over there. Tashana, we sat over there. Oh,
Okay,
LaShonda, we sat over there.
So you're saying like just meet people like randomly, like not off of social media. Like I'm kind of confused because you're saying like
When you meet
so
someone,
you're saying for me, so you're saying for me to go sit on the bench in Tempe Town Lake and just wait for some random stranger to come up and start talking with me?
okay, I don't know what part of conversation you're listening to,
I mean,
but I need you to pay attention.
like
Instead of going out on a date with said person,
Take that person to.
you guys should go sit
should
at
go
Tempe
meet there.
Town Lake where the only thing you got to do is
talk.
conversate and look at fucking water.
All right. So I want to hear about. So what? So you did that. You conversate. You have chemistry. Now what?
Now you get to the dating portion. Do it one more time. Make sure it's
Okay.
not a fluke. You want to find out if somebody's gaming you or if they're real? And you're going to find that out real quick. Because you put in those 4 to 6 hours of sitting down having conversation. Is this motherfucker really interested in me and wanting to know about me, or is he just trying to fuck me?
Okay, and
Because
then
the
what?
conversation won't be dry.
And then what?
Well, upon that, you now know you have actual chemistry. Now go out on a real date.
Cool. And then what?
At that point, you actually have a foundation for an actual relationship.
Except, I'm not looking for a relationship.
Well, if you're not looking for a relationship, why are you letting people take you out?
No. What about the other person? Why are you taking people
You
out
should
and doing
find
all
that out.
shit?
There are a lineup of questions that you should be asking when you are going out on these said dates that never fucking come up. Are you actually looking for a relationship?
What
And
if you're
don't
not?
tell me what I want to hear. Tell me the truth. Okay, you should be asking, what is the longest relationship you've ever had? If there's no such thing as a long-term relationship in there, there's never been engagement or anything in there, again, red flag, don't fucking do it. Question number 3.
Let's bring up the relationship shit.
Do you come from a 2-parent household? If they say no, that's a red flag. Okay?
Okay.
Do you have children, baby mamas? What's your relationship like? Oh, it's great. Cool. So if we called her right now and I was like, hey, I want to ask about you. No, we can't do that. Done. Red flag.
So, are you saying that you're only supposed to be dating
With
to
intention.
end up, okay, in a relationship with intention?
If you're not, see, here's the problem. If you're not dating with intention, what are you dating for? To get fucked?
The experience, like you said earlier.
Correct. And the experience has only led to more trauma because you just end up fucking with fuckboys that you don't like, that aren't worth shit, which let you down. So you're not winning. You're hurting yourself and you're signing up for it. And then going, all men ain't shit.
A girl that is dating to look for a relationship, is it okay for her to date multiple guys at one time?
Well, let me ask you this. If you're dating multiple guys at one time, are you going to remember what each nigga said to you?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Val.
I mean, I don't know.
That's a no.
You don't keep
That's
track?
a no.
Yes, I do. I'm just being funny. Yeah, no, I do. Like,
Okay,
but
so
no, like what I'm saying is like, active dating, like not putting all my baskets in one egg. Like,
No.
you mean all your eggs in one basket? See, this is how I know you can't keep up with the conversation.
We know what she meant.
Right.
No, so you can do that all you want to, but also make it very clear that that's happening. But don't get mad if they say you're for the streets.
Okay. Fair enough.
Because
But I mean, I guess it also depends on what type of guy you're going on a date with.
well, if he's a quality guy, he's not playing that game. Because we come in with standards and structure.
So why is it okay for guys to be dating multiple girls then?
Why is it okay for guys to fuck multiple girls and it's not okay for women? It's the exact same. You're
Okay, but I'm
asking
not
the
saying
same
like-
question.
No, because I'm not.
Well, not
saying
for you. Not for you.
Right.
I'm responding to her.
Right.
It's you're not playing by the two. Men actually vet women out. Again, we have two roles. You're either recreational use or you're wifey. If you're wifey, we kill the other chicks. We won't fuck with them anymore. Like y'all been ghosted before. I say this all the time. If you've been ghosted, that's because that nigga found another chick. He found a chick more interested.
I've never been ghosted.
I'm like, I was like, wait.
Not you.
I know, but I'm just.
But when women get ghosted,
I know not
the
me,
number
but I'm
one
just-
reason we ghost you, because I do it too, is because I found someone that I had more chemistry with. I saw more in her. Or I ghosted you because you showed me you were for the streets. It's a very simple,
That's a whole
but
nother topic,
almost
the whole ghosting thing.
almost all men date with intention. We know what we're looking for and what we want and what we will and won't put up with. And that's the thing. Most men don't actually come in and set boundaries and structure from day one.
Yeah.
They will literally just play the game, fuck you, then ghost you.
So the whole ghosting thing, I know. So this is a little off subject, but I did want to address it, especially with like, you know, we're older, we're more mature. Like, what's with the ghosting for those that do it? Like, you can't just give a simple little explanation, even if it's a generalized one that maybe you give everybody. You know what I mean? Like, it's
Have you ever
communication.
ghosted anybody?
Yes.
Did you give them an explanation?
No. So you
So there you
you put
You know what?
put yourself in those exact same. So the same reason you did it to whoever you did it to is the reason why they did it to you.
Well, it's never happened to me, but I'm just saying, I get it. Like, I guess it would be. Well, the reason why I did it is because you fucking know why. You know why. And if you don't think back, rewind, think back, play it out, like,
You disqualified him.
yes.
Okay. Again, women look for reasons to disqualify almost all men more than they look to qualify them. I've literally heard, oh, well, he had something in his teeth, so that's why I didn't.
That's
there
very,
wasn't.
I've done
that's
that.
very petty.
But thank you.
That's
No.
very, very petty.
Most of the reasons that a woman will disqualify a guy is very petty. They're never anything that has anything to do with anything.
Any substance.
It's surface level.
You know what? We're talking about most women, and I will say that most women do that, and then it's crazy because they will disqualify for the most petty shit, but keep them around for the most petty shit.
Yeah, friend zone them.
Yeah.
No, what I'm saying is like, right, like you just said, oh well, I'm not gonna talk to him no more because he had something in his teeth. But I'm gonna stay with this dude that's beat me for like 3 months, you know.
But see, because
like,
it's deeper than that. You use the final reason. Oh, it's because he had something in his teeth. There was some other shit deeper than that.
Yeah,
that you
there
probably
definitely
saw
was.
that
Right.
you know, that was probably like the final straw. That's the thing with women. Like, there's usually like a buildup of different things, like a multitude of things, and then you get to that final straw. And you use that as your excuse, like, this is why I don't fuck with you no more. This is also,
again, why I tell men, stop taking women out on dates.
Why?
What did you say?
Because y'all will find the most simplest things to disqualify him for. So make the investment the same on each side. There isn't one. Time is the most expensive thing that people have. Mm-hmm. So when you show up for absolutely nothing but my time, I know you're interested in a relationship.
Right.
If you have to have more than that, I know you're not interested in a relationship. You're interested in the experience.
Let's define the difference between a relationship and the experience.
Well, the experience is just this guy takes me on vacations. I get to take pictures of all the different fun things that we do. I get to showcase them all over the internet. And a relationship is... bitch, we have good times, we have bad times. We go through shit, and it's not for the world to know. It's just for us.
You know, I was about to go pee, but this leads into our next subject here about relationships. So Coco and I have been attending these, what do you call it, classes?
We'll call it a function.
Functions, yes.
They talk about a lot of these subjects openly. And... relationships. So when people are like, I don't want to be in a relationship, don't define this as a relationship. But in reality, it is a relationship because you have a relationship with your friends. We have a relationship. I have a relationship with you.
it's just not a committed
I have a relationship with you. You have a relationship with people that you interact with on a regular basis. That is a relationship. You have a relationship with your children. You have a relationship with your parents, etc. So it just kind of bothers me when people are like, oh, I don't want a relationship. But you're already fucking in one because...
We're interacting.
We're
involved
with this person. You're involved
with one
with
another.
this person.
So what part of this is I think part of the problem is we've already
like when they say, like, don't
hook,
touch
line,
me.
and sinker put in the parameter that communication is an absolute lost art in life today. Okay, so part of the thing that I really have appreciated about the functions that we've gone to is the defining and definition of so many things that people just aren't talking about anymore.
Because they don't want to, though. They fear it.
Because
they run from it.
It ain't even. I think fear does have something to do with it, but the reality is it's the lack of structure. There's no structure and discipline. There's value in that for some people. If I don't define, if I don't look at you and say, so listen, we done been to Tempe Town Lake twice this week. We done sat on this damn bench and we done talked about our mama, our daddy, our grandmama, our grandpappy, the kids. We done talked about the moon, the rainbow, the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow, and how I didn't get to that bitch the last time that I seen the rainbow. We done covered so much stuff, right? We've communicated over communication. And I really like chilling with you. I really like the time that we spend together. So, I would like for us to see what else is possible between us. I would like for us to step it up. People don't want to have these types of conversations because they're too real. They're too... And I'm not...
Why,
I shouldn't just say...
I want to know why.
Okay, well, you want to know the why? The why is actually very simple. Women are selfish. See, men, we will have these conversations, but this goes back to the question that I asked on the original podcast, part 1. Do women truly want to know the truth? No, you don't. 2, you guys can make your list that look like fucking Christmas list of your what I wants and what I deserves, right? But what you never take into account is, 1, do I qualify for the man that gives me all this shit? 2, what the fuck does he want? Like, you guys have had enough conversations with me, so it'd be kind of stupid for me to ask you what a man is truly looking for out of a woman.
Yeah.
But
I fumbled a ball because I felt that. Like, I felt that I've gone through so much stuff with, like, other, like, in my past and, like, where I stand within myself, that I was dating a possible good man, and
y'all fuck it up.
And I fucked it up.
Yeah.
I will admit I fucked it up because I felt that I wasn't adequate enough. Like, I just felt.
You know how many times I'm told I'm too good to be true? You're too good to be true. This can't be real. I know you're gonna fuck up. I know you're gonna do it. Bitch, no. Like, literally, like, no.
Right. So this is where
Self-sabotage.
self-awareness and accountability come into play. You're sabotaging yourself because of something you've been through in your past that really probably wasn't even your fault. You didn't do it to yourself. Right. You went through a situation with someone else and they treated you in a certain manner, and at some point you decided that was your fault or that was on you, and that's not true. So that there's the thing, that thing again that comes up about our own inner work, our own work for ourselves. So while we're making lists about what we want from other people and what we want other people to be able to bring to us, you better be working on your list about what it is that you don't like about yourself and what it is that you want to correct and get together about yourself. Because I understand, I really do, I really have a really great standing with you, Bailey, on the whole thing about, you know, the problem with the ideology of having a backup plan and a plan B and all of those things, because the reality is
you're already setting yourself up for failure, and you need a backup plan.
Right. So
I have a question for Tiana and Coco.
Yes.
What is your ideal man? So if somebody asked you, what is your ideal man? Do you know how to answer that?
I don't do the whole fantasy thing. I don't do the fantasy thing.
Yeah, I don't have an ideal man.
My ideal man has to be this. I don't do the check shit. I don't do the check off shit.
I don't have boxes
I live
for him
more
to check
in
off.
reality. So,
But did you used to have that list?
no,
You've never had that.
no.
Okay.
I can
be
agree.
quite honest.
The reason I can understand why she says no is because I think when as women, when you've lived a certain type of life and you've gone through certain type of things, you don't know what an ideal. I was asked that the other day. By somebody, like, what's your ideal man? I didn't know how to answer it, and I told him straight up, I was like, I don't know how to answer that. Like, I don't know what my ideal man is, because the last relationships I've been, like, all my past relationships I've been, I have picked shitty men.
Okay,
I don't know how to pick men.
That alone should give you your ideal man, because that tells you exactly what it is you don't want.
It tells me what I don't want, but I
don't want abuse, obviously. I don't want games. I don't want lies. I don't want, you know what I'm saying? I can't even say about multiple women per se.
Here's like part 2.
Yeah.
Okay. Even when y'all showed up, what the hell was you sitting on the couch putting on?
Who? Oh, makeup.
Okay. Who do you truly do that for?
Yourself.
Myself.
Okay.
But I, like, 90% of the time, I leave the house without makeup.
Okay.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, I've gone on dates without makeup.
Leaving that off of your face garners a different type of man. How many women are doing BBLs and all that shit?
A lot.
Okay. And fucking up your body, creating a certain man that is really only looking at you as a sex object. You just sexualized yourself for no reason.
But for the ones that, like, we're not doing that.
But we're now at a state where that's happening more than it's not.
True.
So that kind of brings up the other thing that we talked about, though, Tiana, with the whole, because I think we started talking about how men and women do this but in different ways. So we do it with contouring our faces. All of us, you look one way without that makeup.
Ooh,
what
yeah.
was that?
Girl,
What was
we were
But
laughing.
hold on. So let's do it this way, okay?
Okay.
Because this will make more sense. Okay, so let's say, Tiana, you're the bad girl, the ultimate bad girl.
Okay.
Okay, we're gonna make Val.
you fine.
We're gonna make Val the bad girl, and we're gonna make Coco the virgin, right?
That's very fitting.
Okay. Okay. Now here's the thing.
Okay.
When Coco leaves the house and she shows up with the ultimate and then the bad girl, the ultimate bad girl and the bad girl, and y'all are all out of the club together, the shit that you guys are doing, the niggas that y'all have fucked with, we automatically gonna put on Coco and think that she's the exact same way. So guess
what?
what?
Is it called? Birds of a feather
Flock together. Okay? So
Okay.
here's the problem.
But obviously, right, that's not true though, right? Because if she's a virgin and I'm a badass, and she's
But we
ultimate
don't know
badass,
that.
so
And this is what
Niggas don't
happens.
know that.
Good girls
So you're
hang
judging
out.
a book by its cover.
Good. Y'all do the same fucking shit. So don't even say
For
that.
sure.
For sure.
For sure.
So,
100%.
what's good for the goose is good for the gander,
Yep.
right? But here's the problem: there's too many good girls hanging out with the bad girls. So when you are and you do happen to be a good girl, we've dealt with so many bad girls that we treat you different. And then you know what you guys always say, but I'm different.
But okay, so I guess I see what you're saying. I really do, but like my thing is like I have friends that I'm not gonna say friends. I have acquaintances that sometimes I'm in the same room with them and I'm standing there talking to them and I'm not hanging out with it. Like say me and Tiana are at the club and we're the bitches that you say we are, or the females that you say we are. And there's Coco, and Coco just happens to know us through business or through whatever, and she's standing there with us. That sucks, right? Because she's just standing there with us. She doesn't know hang out with us on a norm. She doesn't live the same lifestyle we do, but she knows us because energy and the universe has somehow intertwined us, right?
Yeah.
So that's kind of unfair, right? Like I'm not saying that it's
I mean, it's unfair that guys
unfair.
are 5'4", 5'5", and 5'6" and don't get a chance. It's unfair that he only makes $35,000 a year and you're not going for it. It's unfair that he doesn't have an 8-inch dick.
All right, the word disqualifying them, I guess, because of what they are, right? Even though it's not right why we're disqualifying them.
Again,
but y'all are disqualifying a female because of
Who she hangs
who
with.
she hangs
Yeah,
with. You're not even getting to know her. You're not sitting on that bench with her.
But again, because men are logical. Okay? We think logically. If you're supposedly the good girl, but all your friends are super thoughts, there's a high probability that she is too. So why would I set myself up for that bullshit? That's like, women don't understand why men be like, no, you're not going on a girls trip. No, you're not going to the club. No, you're not going to that party. Because we know that bad shit happens there. And y'all don't make the best fucking choices. Why would we take the chance on someone that we have seen over and over and over and over and over again? Are you really gonna go kick it at the trap house knowing that bitch been kicked in 29 of the last 30 days?
Hell no.
It's the same thing. Men vet women. We vet you. We see what you are truly about. And when we see a certain type of female, yes, we just want your recreational. You become recreational use. You're no longer in the wifey league. Once we remove you from wifey and make you recreational use, there is no going back.
I have a question about that.
Ask away.
Do you guys let that be known?
No. For what? Because
Why
you would.
not?
Because you would leave. Duh. Like y'all always want the answers to the test, but you never give us the answers to the test.
That's not true.
That is so true.
That's not.
Not always.
Always.
Not always.
Y'all. Then why do y'all have friend zones?
Ooh. Do y'all have friend zones?
Well,
No, niggas don't friend
okay.
zone females unless she's Biggie Chops.
So again,
If she's Miss Piggy, no, you're
I
in the
mean,
friend zone.
I know some men that won't.
but this goes into the whole. It's really like it's a tricky situation because this goes into the whole like minority versus like majority. Like when you say y'all, you're talking about the majority of women versus minority, and it's really hard to speak on that when it's like I move a certain way that isn't typical for, you know.
So did you hear the what I just said about the good girl hanging out with the bad girls?
I caught part of it.
Okay, so as a man, we vet women. And what happens in that situation while vetting, we pay attention to what you do. So, again, if Coco is the good girl and y'all two are the thoughts and the super thought, regardless of us seeing Coco, 9 times out of 10, Coco automatically gets disqualified because she's hanging out with the thoughts. So, because the thoughts outnumber the good girl, well, she's the minority, but the majority of that. Now, the bad part about it is we see that happen over and over and over and over again. Men are logical, so we play the game of numbers. We look at probabilities, not possibilities. See, you women, because you guys don't live in the world of ultimate logic, you guys are emotional. So it's
Right.
never the thought process about probability versus possibility. It's only possibility, possibility, possibility. You guys always think you're going to find that 1 in a million man. You think that you're going to find that less than a 0.5% man, and you can just make him yours because you say so.
So I want to speak on what about
Pull the mic closer to you.
the minority? What about the ones that don't think like that? Can we talk about that for once?
Okay, so if you want to talk about that and you want to be that person, the easiest thing you can do is separate yourself from people that make you shed you a bad light. 2, you know how dudes literally will meet a girl and be like, "Oh, you're gonna be my wife," and then lo and behold, 6-7 months later, they end up fucking married.
Yeah.
Rarely, but true. Yes.
Okay, so that actually happens a lot more than it doesn't. The bad part about it is when a man comes at you and he is like that, do y'all call him crazy?
No,
I don't.
I don't.
I don't.
Do-
We're talking about
I call that a
minorities.
dude that knows what he wants for once.
Right.
Okay, so after 6 or 7 months, he asked you to marry him, what you gonna say?
Absolutely.
Okay, that also means that you have shown that you are a wife. Now, that goes into a whole nother situation of most women today want the marriage, but they don't want to be a wife. And true, most people need to understand that when a man sees a wife, it's because you're already a wife. You already walk in that spirit. You already walk in that title. That's how you do shit.
Can I ask something though?
Yeah.
Are you trying to tell me that guys will see that and then still, if they have the opportunity to play with that?
No, they won't.
Not a real man, at least.
And that's the difference. So here's the difference.
That part.
And y'all need to stop always saying a real man. It's not the fact that he's not a real man.
It's a guy that knows what he wants.
No, but if he does not see that in you, he's just not the man for you. Not
No,
all
what I'm
men
saying
see
is
that.
I'm saying is that
Well,
when
then
a
you should
man
move
does,
on.
what I'm saying is when there's a man that does see that in you, like how she asked. So you're telling me that a man that sees that in you, what did you say? Won't play you, right?
Won't still play with you.
Will still play with you, even though they know that. And you said no, and I said if he's a real man, because there's some men that will see that you are wifey material. That
They
see
still
that will
play.
see and will
Because
still
they
come in and
can.
like and will still like fuck
they
up your
can.
whole life.
Because they got other shit going on already, and it's like because they can. What are you gonna do about it?
Okay, so I got another video for this perfectly where I just don't have to say shit. So we just gonna shut up and listen.
Married a woman he's only known for 7 months.
Oh, I saw this
Congratulations to my
earlier.
brother, and I love him, right? But this is the twist. He was with a woman for 10 years. Everything she asked my brothers to do, he is doing for this woman that he has only known for 7 months. Bottom line, bro, I love you if you're watching this, but I had to share it. Stop begging these men to do things you need to be done, because he is not going to change for you. He will never be the man you need him to be, because you are not the woman that he wants to be with. People change for who they want to change for. Stop preaching and start waiting patiently for your husband. So my brother...
That ain't
I
nothing that
watched
none
this
of us
earlier,
knows.
and it's like, okay, so let's put it on the flip side for women. If you notice these things, he's not whatever. He's not treating you that way. He's not treating you like a wife, or he's someone he's really interested in that way.
He doesn't see it in you. It's not
That's
that he's
fine.
not treating.
So
he doesn't
you should
see
be
it.
okay that she cut that shit off. Then
Most men are.
that's good.
So then it doesn't matter. And this is the thing though. This is the bad part. A lot of y'all don't leave. You stay and you waste years.
I agree.
On
That's
years.
what I
Okay.
again, what
On
I
years.
classify
Right, but
as
so
a dumb bitch.
but wait. But also there are those instances when people get involved in situations and things aren't as upfront and clear as they should be in the beginning, and one party attempts or tries to walk away, and I use that very loosely because for me, if I'm decided that I don't want to be involved and I don't want to deal with the situation, guess the fuck what? I'm not doing it. I'm not. And it doesn't matter how much you beg and plead and tell me you're going to be better and just tell me what's wrong and I'll fix it. I'm not telling you shit. Leave me alone. And that's what the fuck I mean, and that's what you best be doing. Because this is where I get lost at sometimes with females. And I get lost this way sometimes with men too, because I've seen some men put themselves in some really diabolical situations over pussy, and it ain't even all that, okay? It's just not.
Serious.
Well,
it's just not that serious. And you're doing
men love
this.
Pussy. Men love pussy.
I know men love
you can
pussy,
get
but
it
and
from anywhere.
listen, it's
No,
some
they
chicks that
can't.
love them some dick too.
But what I'm saying is, so just to know, y'all think that men can really just get it from anywhere. Certain men can. And what happens?
any man can.
No.
Pretty
Okay.
much, whether you pay for it or not.
Whether
you
you
can
pay
still
for
get
it or it's not the bitch you want, but you're still gonna
so
get
the
it.
average man makes about $37,000 a year.
I would
He
say
can't pay.
like 50.
The average man?
I'm gonna go ahead
He's
and
gonna
Google
pull up
this.
statistics.
Of course he is.
I don't know.
I'm like, I thought it was 50.
I mean, I guess
in
it's
2024.
I guess he's talking about the average man for America. Like I don't know because that's not the average man.
50.
I don't know.
But
Okay.
like 48.
$32,742 to be exact. Thank you very much.
What state? Like I'm so confused.
Okay, so you want me to pull it up
where
by
does he
states?
work at,
Maine.
Donald?
Maine is
Let's talk about
31,900.
Arizona.
Okay, Arizona 32,742, Wyoming
Ooh.
32,443,
$18 an hour.
Mississippi 32,287,
Okay.
Maine 31,989.
Look,
The average
look.
is $35,000.
Hold on.
How?
So wait,
In
if
2024?
if we're
Yes.
looking at whatever that word is, I'm sorry, I cannot say that S word.
Statistics, girl.
But I can't. My mouth. I can't say it.
Tis.
Tis.
Ticks.
Ix. I don't
There
like
you
that
go.
word. But when I try to say it fast, it doesn't come out.
Okay, get to your question,
It
girl.
just doesn't. No. So you're telling me that the average man makes $32,000 in Arizona? I don't
Fucking
stand a
right.
chance, bro. I don't stand a chance.
This is the
But
problem.
why?
Okay, no.
do you mean why?
Before we go to the why,
Women.
before we go to the why, thank you for proving my point. The average man doesn't get that access. You guys date
That's the version of staying in your lane.
You guys date a certain caliber of man that meets your needs, and
Wait,
you think that
did
that's
you-
all
wait,
men.
did
That's
you-
not.
But you just said it's the average man, and we're going. If you like everything
Correct.
else, we've been
And
going
the
by.
average man, you guys don't. 80% of men, you guys don't fucking pay attention to.
Sure don't. Let's just be honest.
I mean,
Sure the fuck don't. Let's be
Can-
honest.
did you Google men's average? Like
Yes,
what
this
about
literally
women?
says
Can
average
you know
Can you
man's.
change that word man to women? I just want to see if the numbers change.
we make more.
Actually,
Google says.
Let's see what
Because
Google says.
obviously that's what we've been going off of all night is Google.
average woman's salary. Yes,
Probably
in
like
Arizona,
40-something.
40,586. Hold on, Arkansas though, 32,000.
We're not in Arkansas.
Okay.
We're talking about Arizona.
Okay, so she makes $8,000 more than a man
Average.
on average.
So does
Correct.
that mean that the woman has?
This is again. This is why.
Should
This
the
is
woman
why.
be holding the
This is
status?
why, as men, when y'all bring up that bullshit and say that there is a wage gap, you are correct. Men actually, women make more money than men, because this doesn't account for OnlyFans and strippers and all kinds of other shit.
We're not talking about that.
No, I said it doesn't account for.
Okay.
It does not account for. So the average man and the average woman don't equal up, which is why there's a post on my page right now that today's new man is actually a woman. This is the thing, and Val, you know this more than anything because because you've been on my Facebook longer than anyone, and you've tried to do the back and forth thing.
You've come on my Facebook and tried to
If you actually pay attention to my post it shows and it actually sheds a light on bullshit men. It's not women think that I'm attacking them. I'm actually shedding light on how shitty men are.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And how women should actually start looking at men. You should start getting to know fucking statistics instead of shooting them down. Because if you knew statistics, your what you ask for in men would change. Huge. You guys are asking for more than what's even available to you. And the ones that are available to you, well, guess what? Be ready to share him. Because he is a unicorn.
Ew.
Beautiful women are everywhere, but good men are not. So since good men are far and few between, whether you like it or not, you got to share him.
I will say though, like,
Or just be single.
but just because he makes more money, that doesn't mean he's a good man.
True, but you guys put an emphasis on money more than anything because you don't want to work as hard. You want stability. Your prime.
That's
hard.
He's talking about the average woman.
I'm like, wait a minute
Okay,
now.
but again, it's the average woman outweighs you, and then for the woman that is a higher earner, well, 9 times out of 10, y'all say the same shit. You better bring to the table what I have or more.
No,
But when I say
no,
bring to the
no,
table,
no.
well, hold on. When I say bring to the table what I have or more, doesn't mean money.
It doesn't. That
It
means
doesn't mean
emotional
it means
stability.
like, right.
That means
It means what I need in a man. Like what you're saying, what I need in a man.
Okay, so then
If you can't bring that to me,
if
then
that
why
is
are
the-
you sitting at my table?
if that is the-
because
if-
obviously I can pay my own bills.
If that is the case, men actually bring more to the table than just that.
okay.
Cool.
But
So,
I
no,
understand
no,
that not
no.
all men
No,
though.
explain.
No.
No.
Hold
I
on.
want to hear. What do you
Remove sex and money.
Okay.
Remove sex and money, and tell me what you bring to the table.
As far as being a woman,
Yeah.
everything. What do you mean? Being a
fuck it.
homemaker.
Everything. I need to
cooking,
know specifics.
Cleaning, taking care of children, still being able to rear children. There are some women, doesn't matter that they're past their 30s, we're still fertile.
Okay,
We can still
can I
have
ma-
children.
Loyalty, compassion, an
Partnership,
ear, a partnership, a team member.
Okay.
etc.
Okay, hold on. A man cooks for himself. 9 times out of 10 actually cooks better than women.
I don't know about 9 times out of 10, maybe 7.
Okay, and if he can't cook, there's fast food restaurants, there's DoorDash.
Gross, unhealthy,
and-
unhealthy.
See,
yeah.
you looking for a reason to disqualify, but the things that you said he can outsource for.
But I can outsource
Hold
him
on.
too.
Stop it and listen. Clean. Okay, there are laundry mats everywhere, dryers, cleaning services, etc. A man could just get a fucking maid that does all of those things, and he goes, okay. Now, what does a man bring to the table?
Well, if he doesn't bring the money, because if the woman
Correct.
brings more
Again,
money,
we're removing money and sex.
Fine.
So what do you bring to the
So
table?
what does a man?
So what does
no,
a man
no.
bring to the table
So
besides
what does
money
he
and
bring
sex?
to a table? I want to know.
No, I'm asking. See, this is the thing. If you don't
He's
even
supposed to bring leadership.
okay,
He's supposed to bring. He runs the household. he's supposed to bring those things. What he actually brings to the table,
Okay, so
not sure.
So if we and you can't outsource those things, correct?
Okay, so what is a woman
can't.
supposed?
Hold on.
No. You're
Don't-
right. You can't outsource leadership.
A woman can't outsource what a man brings to the table, but
What
what a
he's
woman
supposed to bring.
but what a woman brings to the table can be outsourced
For the most part.
and or he can do it for himself.
For the most
So
part.
when you're having the conversation of the table, honestly, the best thing for you to do is shut the fuck up. Because you don't come to the table with anything that he technically can't do for himself. But he brings something to the table that you could never bring.
If he brings that,
Well, again, we're always looking at the negative side of the if.
This is Bailey's show, and he does everything.
I get
Everything
it.
he
If
says
you
is
strip
correct.
away all that stuff, right? What women are supposed to bring is fertility in order to bear children.
We can't
I get it.
outsource that.
I understand.
Okay.
I get it. I get it.
There are certain things, and that's just it. At some point in time, you just got to look at the actual reality, which is
get
why
it.
the table conversation is dumb as fuck.
I understand.
And then when you do have the table conversation, you should be listening to what he's actually bringing to the table.
100%. No, I agree. No.
So
I agree.
I Googled what a woman should bring to the table, and it says assertiveness, supportive, boundaries. She knows what she wants, independence. She keeps a relationship on its toes. She exudes positivity energy. She knows her strengths and her weaknesses. There's more, but I'm not going to keep going.
Okay,
you-
so
can
assertive.
you outsource all that?
Who should be more assertive, the man or the woman?
The man. Also, so, okay. So let me just touch on that.
I mean,
a little bit. Wait,
if you
wait.
look at this,
Wait,
it should
wait.
be the woman.
I mean,
right?
you can also Google what is a woman, and it's not even gonna tell you.
Let me touch on that for a second. What I do believe and
Statistics,
understand
not what is a
is you do need a certain type of woman to stand behind a certain type of man. So if you're a man, like a man, like, you're about your shit and everything, you do need a certain caliber of woman to stand behind you to be able to support you.
The
and
reflection of him.
that part.
Yeah.
You need a reflection of you, and you need a woman that's able to stand on that. That I agree with. Maybe that goes along with what that was saying with Google or whatever.
Being independent.
I don't know about being independent.
What are you independent of?
I don't want to.
Yeah, like
I don't know.
that whole thing where
I don't
women
know
are
about
like,
the
"Oh, I'm
independent shit.
independent and I don't need a man."
Wait a minute. That's some bullshit. Let's
Yeah,
just talk
I don't
about
say
it.
I don't agree on that. I don't agree when women say, "Oh, I'm independent and I don't need a man," because I'm
Independent
independent
of-
and I still need a man.
Of
You know what I'm saying?
period. Like, let's just be real. I hate that shit. I don't need a
yeah.
man. Yes, you do. We need.
I can
men.
go to the sperm bank. I can go get.
No.
If the men
No.
don't go to the sperm bank, you can't get our sperm.
Here's the thing. Let's just,
That's real. That's true.
let's just bury the hatchet right here. Like, we need men. Period.
We need each other.
Wait, I'm about to get there. We need men, though. We need men for all those things. But men need women.
But we don't say we don't.
I know. Well,
Women say they don't need men. Zesty
Because-
men say they don't need women. But they probably also are taking it in the ass. Okay?
Oh, that's another subject for another show.
B said
Look.
submissiveness was missing from that Google. Laugh out loud.
So I will say this too. We talked about this, about submissiveness. So as much as a
We
woman,
had that conversation when y'all was over here Sunday.
yeah, as much as a woman needs to be submissive to a man, men need to be submissive to a woman.
But a woman
and in
also
their
needs to know
strengths
when
as
to
well.
be submissive.
No,
No.
she doesn't.
No.
It's
A woman-
you exude
Thank
submission.
you.
And
a
this is the
woman's
thing.
supposed to be submissive. Period.
And I'm going
No,
to
what
just
I'm saying is, okay, you need to know when to be submissive to the right person.
No.
Because I've been
No.
submissive to the wrong person. I was submissive to the wrong person for like 5 years. And
Can I explain something to you? A submissive woman walks in submission from the moment she wakes up to the moment she goes to sleep. And whether y'all like it or not, the energy you walk in is the energy you attract. So if you're not a submissive person and you're masculine, well, congratulations. See, the submissive woman is seen by a masculine man and goes, I want that. I'm submissive when I need to be, but I'm masculine this time. Well, usually that good man is going to see you when you're in your masculine energy and go, stand away from that bitch.
Or she's for recreational use.
Or you got a fat ass and recreational use only. Fat ass and a pretty face. Good job.
So that's a good point. And that also brings to the point to where, like, so women that do walk in our submissiveness 24/7, but we still end up choose or be chosen by not the right man. Like, what do you have to say about that?
So when you're chosen by the wrong man, goes back to vet him out, which goes to the way that you interact with him, which are those first initial dates. And that's where you have to learn to hold back and refrain from trying to get princess treatment to find out first if he's a king. See, a lot of the time, he's tall, he's got a beard, he's sexy, he's in shape, he drives the right car, he has the right job, he has his own shit.
How many? I was like, you like that technically.
Well, here's the thing, and this is what you guys don't listen to. Men, we tell you guys the truth all the time. Y'all don't want to listen to us.
I will agree to that.
Y'all do not listen. You don't even want to hear it. Why? Because that requires you to be accountable to change your choices.
Accountability, self-awareness.
I have a question. So when it comes, hold on, where is it at? Should a single male take dating advice from a single man or a married man, and why?
Okay. It depends on who the man is. See, men, first and foremost, don't take advice from men we don't respect, which means he hasn't achieved shit. If that man has achieved nothing, see, lots of men walk around and say, we have mentors. Why do we have mentors? Because he is someone we strive to be. A married man, we're always going to take advice from if they're happily married. Now, if he's in a relationship and we see his woman runs him, oh, you ain't shit. I'm not taking no advice from you. Or you're a single nigga and you out here single as fuck and you just fucking everything. Yeah, we're going to take advice from you. How to get pussy. But on relationship advice? No. That's why I say all the time, talk to your elders. Talk to married men. Talk to men. Like, would I take stock advice from a fucking homeless man? No. Not just because he's a man. But we also do something totally different. We take advice to the person that's most qualified, because it could be a married woman. We will get advice from her. We don't discriminate. Now flip that coin. Y'all talk to your single friends more than you talk to your married friends. But you don't really hang around too many married friends.
There's not too many married friends. That's why.
You know what? I will tell you something. A lot of my married friends and a lot of females that I know will come to me for advice, but because I give them the opposite advice. I give them the opposite advice.
So it sounds like you're giving them advice you don't take.
Not that I don't take, that I'm now taking. Like I'm like, so what I'm saying is I'm single, right? Because of choices I've made in my past, but I'm learning differently, right? Because in order to have different, I have to be different. Which so what I'm saying is,
just based off of you saying that alone would be the number one reason why no one should ask you for advice, because you just figured it out.
Well, yeah, that's true. Yeah. I get that.
So
but what I'm saying is, what from the people that ask me, like even my own daughter, I'm not gonna lie, when she asks me, because my daughter is in a different place because I've embedded different things in my daughter. I've done different. So she's at 23. I was married with 2 kids, getting ready to get divorced out of an abusive relationship. So there's things that I that my daughter will come to me for advice for that I can't give her. I'm not in your shoes. I wasn't 23, single with no kids, dating this and that guy or doing whatever you're doing. So I can't give you that advice, but I will guide her into people in my life or people that I think could give her that advice. It's like, that's what I'm trying to say.
Where is her father?
Her father and her don't have a relationship.
Okay, where is her grandfather?
Her grandfather is there, but I think it's like kind of like what Tiana was saying earlier. We can embed in our kids whatever we embedded, but like it's kind of like you, right? Hold on, no.
I'm trying to give you the best case scenario for her.
No, but I'm trying to give you what, like, it's kind of like what you said earlier. When your daughter's on that stripper pole, she's a disappointment because you've embedded things in her and she's still on that stripper pole. Not saying that my daughter's on a stripper pole, but what I'm saying is she's had my father. Like my stepfather is her father figure, but she still does what she wants to do. You know what I mean?
So then that just means she's not listening. And the reason that I say that and I ask that question is because if you have a true relationship, you sit down and you have a heart to heart. And guess what? Granddaddy don't want to fuck you, so he ain't gonna lie to you. These other men and these other people are looking to earn or get something out of the situation, so they're giving you bad advice because it benefits them.
Right.
And the bad part about it is, even in our conversations, whether Facebook and even now here, whether you like it or not, you hate to hear the truth. And the bad part about it is the other part of that is it's always, well, that's Bailey's way. No, Bailey doesn't speak on my way. Because if I speak on my way, honestly, I would not speak. I have other people that will gladly speak for me. Tiana and Coco found that out on Sunday themselves. I don't have to say shit. I have someone that is a spokesperson and will gladly speak up and say, no, this is exactly who he is. This is what he's about. This is what's going to happen. And this is the reality of it. And I can tell you this. The motherfuckers that speak on it are happy as fuck. If I told the real truth and talked to people the way I wanted to, a lot of motherfuckers would be in tears.
Yeah, because the truth hurts, man.
It does hurt.
But the reality is the truth hurts only when it should. Like, I've heard my mama say that so much, and it's the truth. The truth hurts only when it should. And the reason why it hurts only when it should is because we already knew the shit was true, and we've been running from it so hard.
You should want to be hurt by the truth rather than to be like,
definitely. I'm always down for
coddled by a
criticism.
lie. Like, what the fuck is wrong with people?
But
I'm always down for corrective criticism. Like
the way the world is right now is it's so busy feeding bullshit.
Right.
And there's so much instant gratification due to the internet that reality versus delusion's winning 100 times out of 100.
Yeah.
Right.
So that is another one of our subjects that we want to touch on was like social media, like your persona, your like what you put off to other people versus what you really live in, like reality.
I just clipped my show and made a video.
I saw that with the girl from last night, right?
Nah, she's from last week's ladies' night. And the crazy part about it is she's only like 20-something years old.
Oh
wow! I thought she was older.
So she's
than
ahead
that.
of the game.
Yeah,
huh?
she's
20. She's 23 years old, and we'll go ahead and let her speak her piece real quick.
Illusion of whatever I want you to think about me. I can post the most nicest picture, but going through the most craziest shit in my personal life, but you would not think that. Like, that's the thing is, like, social media will ruin and fuck up a relationship, fuck up a partnership. Social media is not real life, period. That's for everybody out there. Social media is not real life.
Take the internet serious.
But then also, people like social media so much because they like to think that they're a part of your life. Do you know what I mean? That's why, like, a lot of people, like, are so invested in other people's relationship, celebrities. They think they're a part of other people's life, and then they think, like, okay, like, say I'm attracted to you, I think you're cute, I'm going to look her up.
Okay, and you know why she's winning? There's a whole nother aspect to her of why she's winning. She's 23 and a virgin.
So she says. But anyway, so with the social media thing, what I wanted to touch on too. So like what she said, you can put out whatever you want, people will believe it.
Yep.
So let's go on the flip side a little bit for the people that are putting these things out. Should you be accountable for what you're putting out? In other words, like you post this picture, status, whatever, right? Somebody takes it whatever way they take it.
Exactly.
Should you be accountable for that, or are you going to blame them for believing social media?
You should be taking accountability for what you're selling.
Yeah.
Everyone should be taking account. I could literally take my car keys, put them on top of this wallet,
Yeah.
throw some money down.
I see what you're going for.
Right?
Yep.
And post it.
Yep.
But let's say I got this from somebody.
Yep.
I got the keys from somebody else. And
Yep.
the money was from somebody else.
Right.
And then I posted the picture.
Right.
I mean, because I know some people that be
That's what I'm
posting
getting at.
themselves in a Ferrari car, and there's like 5 people paying on that fucking
Or
that bill.
just like, no. What he's
Sharing
saying,
that car.
you got your Fendi wallet. Maybe you fucking bought it from a consignment store. You fucking your keys, your Mercedes keys, right? Whatever. Who knows what the year is or how you got the car? It doesn't matter. Or you got it from somebody. The money, same thing. So it's like it's a perception thing. So if somebody perceives you,
You know what I found out?
all these different girls
Did you know?
see that and go, that's the type of nigga that
but that's
I
my
want.
point,
Ladies,
So
did
shouldn't you be accountable
know
for that
you
shit?
can buy fake money and like show it.
Well,
I didn't know that, but no, that's what
I'm
I'm saying.
sure.
It goes back to like
All the
social
money
media,
that you
right?
guys see in rap videos, you know it says like
fake.
for motion picture use on it.
Yeah.
It looks exactly like real money, but in one little spot it says for motion picture use
okay,
only.
so let's talk about real shit though. But like that's what I'm saying. You can post certain things that give this perception.
But you can tell who's really fake
No,
about it and real.
no.
Well, no. Okay,
No.
so there's a difference because
No.
I call people out on this shit all the time.
I think he knows what I'm touching
There
on.
is a particular chick that used to be on my Facebook, and she would post Manolo Blahniks, red bottoms.
Bet she rented that shit.
No,
They were fake.
all I did was take the picture and carry it over to Google Images,
A reverse
Oh,
image
and it
search.
tells me exactly where it came
She
from.
probably from Pinterest or
yes,
something.
most of them were from Pinterest.
There you go.
She posted on her page that she was in California at this restaurant. You take that picture, you drag it over. It was literally the advertisement picture for that restaurant. Yes, it was in California, but I know
But
for
that's why
sure
I'm saying
you
you
were
can-
right here. These guys, literally, the belt buckles, the shoes, the clothes, I'm living this lifestyle.
Yes.
I'm this super nigga, the entrepreneur. I work this job. I do this. I do that. Spend 48 straight hours with them. They don't do shit. I drive this car, but where is it at?
Yeah, where is it?
It's in the shop. Already red flag. Because no.
So this brings up too, like, I'm sure this was shown to me like a month ago. But the whole thing with Bow Wow, right? With that shit where he posted
That he was on a private jet, but then he got
Yes,
caught
and
on
then he
like a
got
Spirit
caught-
airline.
Yes.
Yes.
Spirit Airline. That's
In
so funny.
California,
Ooh,
so in California,
Girl.
they literally have this studio mainly for TikTokers where they have a whole set that looks like you're on a private jet. And motherfuckers was literally going in there, taking pictures all the time and posting as if they were on this private jet. And they never went anywhere.
So that's my point. Okay, so this is my point. So it's like you do these things for a certain perception, right? And everybody's like, a bunch of dick riders. Oh my God, you're really doing these things. How do I get in? Can I roll with you? Can I hang with you? Can I,
you know, whatever, right? So like, but ultimately, if somebody knows your truth or does spend those 48 hours with you and sees how you really are, that's what I'm saying. Like, you should be accountable for that shit, right? Like, you should be able to.
Well, here's the thing: if they live in Delulu, separate from that person. I do it all the time. Just like with her. I called her out and tagged her in it. She blocked me.
I can't.
The difference between me, like there are certain chicks that literally jump in my inbox and send me their vagina and shit. Now, I'm not gonna repost those pictures because I'll go. That's no, it's a felony in Arizona.
Never mind.
But I'll go steal their regular pitch and be like, "Stop jumping in my inbox. I'm not interested."
You should create an OnlyFans.
No, that's again, that's a felony.
It's like this post that I saw on Facebook earlier. It said, ninjas really have 3 million followers and not one single fan at their show. Literally not one. Photos with all kinds of celebrities, even music with famous people. I don't get how you can be okay with that as an artist. Like,
yeah, they got other artists as their fans or their family members as their fans, but not real fans. Yeah.
Right.
Again, people, they're as human beings, men and women alike, we need to stop going off of what we're told and start basing things off of what you see. Let actions
100%
let actions prove. Okay.
Yeah.
I say this
For
all the
sure.
time. I tell this to people all the time. If a motherfucker comes at you and says, "Oh, I have a business," I go to the
hold on, let me pull up.
I go to the
website.
the Arizona Corporate Commission.
Oh,
And
damn, you
I
pulled their
will-
card like that?
I will type in your name.
Shit. Good thing we're legit.
I'm going
I
to
know.
see if you are legit. Because if you type in my name, you're going to see my business.
Yeah, for sure.
Right.
There's no faking this shit.
Right.
If you can't do that, something is wrong. When people are consistently posting about their accolades and how much they've accomplished, I say this all the time. Beware. Just beware.
Beware. Yeah.
People that are making the bigger moves in life move in silence because you have something to lose.
Like G's. Like Lil
You have
Wayne says.
something to
like lasagna.
No, Jimmy, we're not doing reactions right now. This is the show. I do reactions on the late night. Hit me up on Instagram and make your submissions there.
Yeah, Jimmy.
Thanks for checking in, though, Jimmy.
Hi, Jimmy.
People that have something to lose don't post their entire life because, one, that means you're too busy to make posts because you're living it. The same conversation, and we'll go back to Sunday. Yeah, in Hawaii for a whole week, no one saw a post. You're not going to know. I'm enjoying my time. I don't care about what the fuck y'all want to see or don't want to see.
Right. I mean, like,
I don't even want you in my business.
Maybe you might make a post.
No,
or
I'm not
post
making
a picture afterwards.
When I get home.
That's what I'm saying. Afterwards.
And I'm bored.
Yes. You might like, oh, look what I did.
Yeah.
Real quick.
Literally.
Anyways, and then move the fuck on.
I'll post it like if I'm there right at that moment.
No, I don't. Like,
Like,
this
I mean,
is what
I'll
I
just
fucking
post.
did
Like,
and then
I
move
won't.
on.
Like, I'm not gonna sit there and put a whole description like, oh, this is where I was last week and da da da. Look, like, no, like I'm just gonna post a picture and.
I have whole videos of snorkeling, almost dying snorkeling, almost drowning, all kinds of shit, all on my GoPro.
I get that.
Ain't nobody ever seen. I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna put this on my shit. It's
I'd
like,
like
you know
to
what?
see that.
No, I'm not. I'm like, you know what? Ain't nobody even gonna care
I
about
get
this
you.
shit.
Yeah, I agree. I just, I'd be wondering sometimes, like, am I crazy for thinking that way? Like,
I
damn, you really have to post your
this is
every
my
fucking
thing.
move, like.
Me personally,
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I used to be that girl, but then
it's like you're
and then I
posting it for
learned.
other people.
And then I learned.
Me
and then I learned
personally,
that it's
You're
not life.
showboating for other people.
Yes, I
you
used
want
to.
attention. You want your fan base,
yes.
these fan folks, to like think that you're doing more than what you're doing.
Exactly.
Again, I am okay with everyone in the world thinking that I am the brokest. I'm not thinking I am the brokest motherfucker in the world.
As far as they're concerned.
I live in poverty.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, literally, I am. I'm fucking broke. Thank you. These cameras are rented.
Broke.
Anyways, they're
This
not.
whole
but I get
area
it.
is rented.
No, they're not. Why you calling him out? You
Everything
saying
is
he's broke,
And
girl?
so-
But okay,
He's
so
not
then
broke, but like
I know he's not broke, but he's
the
saying
thing
he's
is,
broke.
Okay, so that touches on like what we wanted to say about social media, but we had specifics too. Like it calls out specifically because you know how we do it, men and women in particular. So like,
You don't want to do dogs and cats in particular?
It's the same shit.
No.
You want to label it dogs and cats? We'll label it dogs.
There's
and
no
cats.
dogs and cats. See, dogs and cats don't post. I actually envy them.
True. They be minding their own fucking business.
Simple
Anyway,
life is fuck.
Simple.
You know what?
No, actually, I've seen some cats, man. They be really complicated. I've seen some shit, but that's another story. But that's females for you. But anyway, so yes, in particular, so what we talked about, like we were laughing about yesterday, with
God.
women in particular about like images and perception and what you put out there. I'm sorry, but that takes a deep dive into the whole wigs, lashes, makeup,
Filters on top of filters.
I mean, filters on top of filters on top of filters. I mean, come the fuck on, and etc. Like, why?
Like you took a picture with a filter,
and then
you put another filter on that filter.
Like, bitch, you look how you look. It's okay.
Right, and then the wig.
But then you don't. You then expect a nigga to take you. Just take me as I am.
But you know why though, Bailey? I'll tell you why.
You
Look.
look like a fucking clown.
No, hold on. No, I'm gonna
wait a minute.
Wait, you're not letting me finish.
Girl.
Hold on. So I saw a post on my Facebook the other day where the girl was she even said it like in her post that it was an AI. This is what AI created. Like she's not like trying to filter it. She's not trying. She's saying I tried this AI app and this is what it created of me.
Okay,
that's
and,
totally
the
different.
Guy,
She's telling on herself.
But I'm telling you why girls do this. Then the guys were like hearting it. Oh, you're sexy because they don't read. They don't read the post.
Just want to look at fantasy.
They just look at the
What?
That's why some women. But that's what I feel.
No.
I feel like that's why some.
Stop. Please stop. Like, at what point in time will women understand men are visual?
Yes.
Why does corn work get viewed by so many men? Why do ladies working on polls getting lower level denominations of money thrown at her? Why do so many men show up to those type of clubs? It's because of the fantasy. We
That's what I was just saying.
fantasize and sexualize
Yep.
all women.
Yes.
The crazy part about it is y'all
No,
are doing it for us now.
I get what you're saying, but I feel like some women like probably do that because they're gonna get the views.
No.
You need to understand.
I know what
Wait a
women need to
minute.
understand,
It's
but I'm
for
saying why the
she's
trouble.
doing it for attention.
Exactly.
Oxytocin is released in the brain, which is more it's more addictive than cocaine, meth.
That would be dopamine, which is what's on my necklace. But yeah, same shit.
And it's the same feeling you guys get when you get an orgasm.
Yeah.
See, what you guys don't realize is, like in real life, the term love at first sight is real for women. And like how many women, they get that first real good orgasm and it's like, I love you, because it's a euphoric feeling. It happens a lot. Why? Because it releases that little thing in the brain and it actually releases it in the bloodstream and goes to your heart, aka your feelings.
Let's get technical, and it's oxytocin, dopamine, And what's the third one?
Thank you.
Oxytocin, dopamine, and damn it, what's the other one? Serotonin.
Serotonin.
Anyways, that's why I wear this nerd ass necklace, because this is dopamine.
Because you're a nerd.
I am a nerd. It's okay.
Marcy said filters, makeup, lashes, tucks, BBLs, get attention. Regular women get nada, just like the short guy.
But that's the thing. This is what I was trying to touch on about the whole fucking fantasy shit. Like, damn. I get what it does for the human psyche to fantasize about something, but can we get the fuck out of that shit for like reality purposes?
Men have fantasized since the beginning of time. So
That's fine.
So this goes back to what I said earlier. Since the beginning of time to now, the only thing have changed are women. Men have not. We have we are super simple, very carnal, and we have to adapt to what you do because we are the predator, you are the prey. Now, over time, see, you guys were more demure. You were all virgins. Now is the most sexually free that you guys have ever been. And it's created a whole lot of attention. And it's created a whole lot of nonsense. And now what you're finding out is it's not all to your benefit.
It's not what it all cracked up.
Yeah, it started off real nice and cool, and you were getting attention, and everything was great. But now, with the spread of the internet and the spread of fakery, like his belt buckle's not real, but you still go for it. Those Jordans are not real, or as my guest.
Those posts aren't real.
My guest said even she lived in Atlanta. They rent the whole outfit down to the underwear.
Oh yeah.
Socks. It's a whole rented outfit. It's a whole rented car.
That's crazy.
And then they spend like $1,200 on the section.
Underwear.
So imagine spending $3,000 to be a celebrity for the night because the jewelry's rented. The clothes are rented, the car's rented, and then you basically rent a section for a night.
That part.
But what happens is you get that badass bitch. And this is what men do to chase
But even to
women.
rent, it costs money.
But what happens when you go home, you take that badass bitch home, and then you wake up the next morning and you got little Bill in the bed with you?
Well, here's
what? You done woke up to little Bill. Put your man knee along in the club.
But yes,
Stop. She don't have no eyelashes. She's bald headed.
Wig laying over there on the floor.
But this is the thing. He lived the fantasy for the day and the night.
And so did she.
And the fact,
So did little Bill.
And the fact that she woke up next to him, he accomplished his goal. And until women understand, like, sex has always been our primary, that is our primary thing of what we work for. Yeah. Sex. Men want, again, another post from my Facebook. Men have wanted sex since the beginning of time. Why is it so hard for women to understand that?
It's not. It's an illusion. It's a delusion. Women want to believe everything but that. Oh, he cares about me. He's trying to date me. Oh, I'm different to him. It's bullshit. Like,
I love how you're just so quiet right now.
I'm serious. Like, it's bullshit. Women lie to themselves. That's why.
No, and that's
No, they do, and so do men.
I don't think men.
I don't think men lie to themselves as much as women do.
I don't think men lie to themselves. They be lying to women.
See, this is the thing. If a man has a little dick, he'll lie about that. But if he ain't got no money, you can't lie about that. You can fake it a little bit.
You can fake it a lot.
But here's the thing. If a man fakes it, there's another man to call him out on it.
Or a woman.
There's a nigga like me. No, but see, fuck you. You don't mean nothing.
Damn.
For your dude.
It's crazy how we don't mean nothing, but we're the ones that are trying to impress.
But no, as in, if you talk about him, you don't mean nothing because you're nothing to
he's not
him.
shaken by that.
But okay, so
Right.
like y'all are a group of friends. Put me and my guys together.
Yeah.
And I call out my dude. He's taking that shit to heart.
Yeah.
Okay? This is the thing. Y'all as women will take pictures and you'll be like, oh, don't post that picture. I look fat in that picture. Right? Guess what? When a guy sits here and goes, oh shit, I'm big as fuck in that picture. And niggas is like, hell yeah, your ass nigga. We've been telling you fat. And you
Get
know
your
what?
ass in the
You know
gym.
what happens the next day? He gets a gym membership. Women, y'all buy Spanx. Like you, instead of doing what the fuck, you gonna go buy Spanx, and you gonna try to hide it, and then tell the nigga, accept me for who I am. You're fat shaming me. I'm good enough. Way different.
Yeah.
That's true.
Very true.
I can't even argue with you about that,
None
Bailey.
at all.
Can't argue with it about it.
So let's reverse the question. Did you reverse it when I asked about like? Do you think? Oh, we did. Never mind.
No. You're onto something. So, how we touched on the women part about the wigs, lashes, all that fake shit. Same for men. I mean, we kind of touched on it a little bit, but like, men, like, putting out a certain image of how you live, what kind of money you have, what kind of lifestyle you're living, what kind of shit you're achieving, etc. Like, what the fuck is the point of that shit if you're not really living it? I guess, in other words,
So the point of that is,
I know what the point is to attract women, but like,
correct. And this is the thing, though. He probably has game, and he's probably an above average looking guy. And in most cases, y'all accept it. Now let him be 5'7" and fat. You're not going for it. I was on someone else's podcast, and they made a comment that I had never heard, but I have to agree with 100%. A dude that is 6'2" or taller, have you ever seen one that's homeless?
no.
Because any bitch will take that nigga in.
Yep.
Just because he's 6'2", they're never homeless. And I'm like,
They're bums.
I looked
but they're
at,
never homeless.
I said, fuck you niggas. Like, because I'm 5'10". I've never been homeless, but
Been on the verge.
I could be. I don't meet, there's no 6 in front of the 10. So, we understand there's a difference. And that's just it. A nigga like me, even though I do what I do, I've never put myself in that position. I could look at these niggas and be like, fuck you niggas. Like, fuck y'all. You get a whole totally different privilege I will never understand or get.
No, I get it. It like if you flip it to the woman's side, it's the whole pretty privilege thing.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
That's why a lot of these conversations, a lot of women don't relate to or argue because pretty privilege.
Yeah.
Val, a lot of your arguments you have because you've never had to face the reality of the opposite.
Pretty privilege. What? Pretty privilege.
And you're still getting privilege because you're clearly, these niggas is taking you out on dates left and right.
Yes.
And you don't have a shortage of men.
At all. So
At
you
all.
can't relate
So,
to the average woman.
And none of these niggas are telling you that you're no good.
None of them.
Because you might be a no good shit ass woman. But hey,
it's
them
okay,
niggas
girl.
never
You've
telling
just
you
been
that.
through a lot.
Yep.
No, trust me. No, he's right because I experienced that shit too. It's like a psychological thing. It's not you. It was them. And I'd be like, no, maybe it was me. Maybe I need to look at what the fuck I did or...
It's always you because if you've gone through that many motherfuckers and none of those niggas was the one, what did you
How many is
but
too
the
many
next
motherfuckers?
guy will be like, no, girl, it wasn't you. Maybe you
No.
just didn't find the right
My
one.
question is how many is too many motherfuckers that I have to
honestly,
go through?
if this is the thing,
Over 10, I guess, would be the statistic.
Yeah,
there is no statistic on that. But me personally, what I'm going to say is if you have been in 2 long-term relationships and neither one of them work, you are the
Yes.
problem.
Oh, no.
Yes, you are the problem.
Well, that's why I'm in this phase and stage right now. Because I've been in exactly 2 long-term relationships, and I mean, although the one was that one we talked about earlier about the grooming and shit, but like the second one was within my adult years, and that shit did not work out. So because I'm in the process of looking at myself. Absolutely.
Past trauma, the problem.
Wait,
It's
what?
a combination of both.
Whatever the fuck it is, look at yourself. It doesn't matter like what the reason is.
I speak openly about it because I'm opening a nonprofit for it. So I have been in a domestic violence relationship, and I've gotten to the point where I have been into a domestic violence shelter. So I've seen a lot. I've spoken with a lot of women.
I have a show coming up with someone that was going through domestic violence.
Oh.
I might actually need you to come back for that one.
Oh yeah, me too.
So like, I forgot where I was going. That you threw me off.
The domestic violence.
The
You said you're
domestic
opening up a
violence,
nonprofit, and you wanted to speak on the.
You want to know how many? Yeah, what's
like?
How do you win arguments? If he says anything, you forgot everything.
Oh, so that's what I was going. Like, so on my post, no, because I had a question for you. So
Yes, Jess, this is live.
So the other day, I had posted a comment where I had said, it's crazy how domestic violence, so things from my domestic violence relationship has affected things in my life that I didn't even know existed. And a guy went on my comment, on my post and said, Can
I ask you a very, it's going to be very personal question, but I need to ask this. And you being a part of a domestic violence relationship,
right?
Why did you stay?
Because I did.
And be honest.
I don't want to say.
Be honest with yourself. Fuck us. Be honest with yourself. Why did you stay?
Once in the beginning, I didn't realize that I was in a domestic violence relationship. And once I realized,
So after he hit you the first time, you didn't know you was in a domestic violence relationship?
You lied.
No, because you can be in a domestic violence relationship without being hit.
So then that's not domestic violence because verbal abuse.
No, yes, it is. No, you can barely.
Don't make me pull out the goddamn definition. Domestic violence means that you have actually been smacked, hit, beat. It is something that can cause bruising.
That's not the.
See,
pull
and that's
up the definition.
Yeah, pull up the
it
definition of domestic violence, please.
It's not always physical.
It is actually.
It's not always.
What the law defines as domestic
The law
violence.
actually does define it because they talk about like domestic violence is not just limited to your partner. That can be limited, like that could go along with like your parent or your grandparent or whatever.
Domestic violence, violent or aggressive behavior within the home, typically involving the violent abuse of a spouse or partner.
But define violent abuse. That doesn't say physical abuse. That can still be a psychological thing.
Oh my God!
Again,
bring up the domestic violence wheel. Type in domestic.
People that have been involved in domestic violence, we know.
Type in domestic violence wheel.
Yeah, the wheel.
Okay.
The wheel.
Define. Hold on.
No, but see, I'm not gonna hold on because I've been in a domestic violence relationship, and they tell us, and they put us in classes. That's why I say pull up the domestic violence wheel.
Okay, but hold on. Violence. The word definition: behavior involving physical force intended to hurt, damage, or kill someone or something.
That's
which is brutality, brute force, roughness, ferocity, fierceness, savagery. I know this for sure.
So again, I understand what you're saying, but look up
domestic means.
But once you're in a domestic violence, by the time they put their hands on you, so many other factors have already played into that to where by the time you're hit, you don't even realize you're in a domestic violence relationship.
Or by that time you do, but like you didn't realize it before, all the things leading up to it. I think that's what you're trying to say.
Yeah.
But domestic violence within itself.
That wheel right there.
I know. Trust me. I've gone through this with multiple people. But the first thing that needs to be understood is what domestic violence is. Which domestic violence means it's a family member and or a spouse pushing violence upon you, which is physical. Now, for the physical violence, or it's called the power and control wheel.
Yes.
Half of it is physical, the other half is sexual. Using economic abuse, using coercion and threats, using male privilege, and using children. That is on the physical side.
You see, it says using emotional abuse there, using intimidation.
So that's on the sexual side, using isolation and minimizing, denying, and blaming.
Yeah. So those are all like more like mental things.
Those are
though.
emotional. So
Yeah,
domestic
emotional.
violence does not fall under the emotional abuse. And
Right.
and emotional abuse is something totally different.
No, I get what you're saying because, like, let's just say you were to.
But that's those get conflated and put into the
Yeah.
same things.
Like, you can't
and
call
they're
the
not.
cops on saying he emotionally abused.
Correct. You can't call the cops
It's only
if he does not put his
physically
hands
or
on
she
you.
Physically touched you.
So when we say domestic violence, if it's not physical, it's not domestic violence. If it's an emotional situation, congratulations. That's for war of words.
Yeah.
Right, and
No, I feel you.
abuse it's still abuse, but it's not.
It doesn't.
It doesn't.
Defined under
It doesn't
domestic
fall
violence.
under
I
the
feel you.
definition of domestic
I
violence.
guess what she was trying to say is the things that lead up to that. So by the time you get hit or you experience some kind of
The physical part.
abuse, you didn't realize that you were.
But that's just the manipulation aspect of that. That has nothing to do with DV. My question is, why did you stay after it started? Which is, the first time you got hit, what made you stay after?
I mean, so like I'll speak on it personally because I grew up not only in a domestic violence household, like with my parents, I also married into one not knowing.
Well,
front.
So pattern.
Yes, pattern.
That's trauma.
Yes,
So you put yourself in the situation that you were actually used to.
absolutely. Didn't even realize any of that stuff.
Uh,
I thought it was normal.
When
Did.
That's why when it comes to, and this is why I speak on healthy relationships, when you're in an unhealthy environment, you put yourself in unhealthy situations. Asking you why you got into the situation is, I don't need to. I know why. You are a prime example of the exact same thing. Now, if
Wait, I'm lost. Hold on.
I'm talking about Tiana.
Oh, okay.
if Val, did you grow up in an abusive household?
Yes.
Boom. So I don't have to ask you why you stayed. You were living what you're used to. That is your environment.
It's the norm.
Correct. It's like, niggas, I'm coming from the hood. Something in me that God gave me that said, no, nigga, there's better than this.
Right.
Okay? I don't want to have helicopters over my head. I don't want to hear gunshots on a regular.
That's why I moved over here.
I don't want to see the things and hear things that are happening.
That's why when you say that, like, women did, like, there's certain things that you say that it's hard for me to agree with, and I get that you go based off of, like, the numbers and stuff like that. But
Statistics. Say it.
no, I'm not going to say it right now.
Statistics.
But that's, like, my thing. Like I think about, because the life I've lived and what I've seen, and I can, like, you can Google anything all day long, right? But say Google and those numbers didn't exist. Like, what are you going to go based off? You're going to go based off what you've seen growing up, right? Me growing up, like, I grew up in a home where there was abuse. So that it triggered something in me that caused me to feel some certain type of way about myself, that taught me to, that showed me, like, different things, like, but they led me into situations that I probably didn't want to be in, but I thought it was norm. Not until, like, later on in life that I discovered, you know what, this isn't what it should be. This isn't what I have to live. So why am I not wifeable, or am I not this, or am I not that? Because numbers say if I'm not married by this age, or I'm not wifed by this age, I'm no good because of shit that's happened to me. But I've recently learned certain things that have made me that.
So the reason for that is unfortunately, we live in a world where we look at things and we see patterns, and there's things that are called norms. And because of that, whether we like it or not, I mean, you could take a boy born in the middle of Zimbabwe in a fucking hut, and he's never been around any technology or anything whatsoever. But guess what? He's still going to live the exact same life and do the exact same thing that little boys do that grow up in an urban neighborhood. There are certain things that are in our DNA. We have a proclivity to go after things that we can't change, which is DNA. Women of a certain age are not as desirable to men. And that is just fact. We look at hips, age, worthiness. Like, men don't want to try to have children with older women where we know at the end of the day, hold on. At the end of the day, it could hurt you, and or you may not even make it through childbirth, which now makes me a widowed father.
Yes, but he's talking about the
But-
average man and what he's programmed.
I think it's
to
hard
be
for
like.
me to look at the average because I'm not average, and neither are the men that I'm looking for.
And neither am I. And
Okay.
I
You know
get
what
it,
I'm
and-
saying?
But you
I
have
guess
to think
that's why
outside
it's
of yourself.
But here's the problem. Average outnumber you. And
Yeah.
the non-average men also.
So even though you don't
Because,
fit
like,
into that,
It's kind of like when you said earlier. A man that grows up in a broken home, or a mother, or whatever, right? How you said it, like a single mom home, this, that. Like, my son, he grew up like that. Like, I was a single mom. He didn't have his dad for most of his life, and whatever, like you said. But at the end of the day, like, my son, he's 25. He has a trade. He's a good man. His wife stays home, takes care of the baby. He goes to work, and he takes care of business because that's what I embedded in him, because I wanted the opposite for him.
No, actually, he wanted the opposite for him because he went and lived that. It has nothing.
But that's
to,
because. So you're saying
No,
what he is
no.
today has nothing to do with the mother I was to him?
It's called he's an outlier. He's an outlier. He chose. See, this is.
So you're giving me
No.
no credit in who my son is today.
What happens is certain kids.
I know what he's saying.
Certain kids
I
literally
don't.
actually grow up and see their mom struggle and go, I don't
part.
want my mom to. I don't want her. This woman that I'm with, I don't want to do. What actually happened is what you went through scarred him so much that he's never going to put a woman through that.
let me put this twist on
Capricorn
it.
version?
Well, and just my version. Okay, I think you guys know enough about my childhood, what I grew up with. I did grow up in a 2-parent household. However, my dad was a pimp, like a real life pimp. So I watched him and my mother's weird ass dynamic, whatever. And I just like watching that growing up from my perspective was everything I did not want in my life. Like everything I did
so
not
you
want
chose
to
to go the opposite direction.
lightweight, like watching my mom, I watched her be a dumb. Oh my God, I hope she's not watching. She knows. I watched her be a dumb bitch. Like she put up with stupid shit. Like why the fuck did you put up with that shit? They were never actually legally married, et cetera, right? But my mom put up with a lot of shit with my dad, being with like what type of man he was. So I just always, and domestic violence and everything you can think of. So I watched that, and my point is, being an outlier, I looked at that as an outline or whatever, a model of what I did not want for my life. I did not want to be like her. I did not want to follow in those footsteps. I watched very carefully and been like, okay, I learned lessons from you guys on what the fuck I did not want to be as a parent and as an adult. So I think that's what he's trying to say.
And I can say that, and I say that clearly for this reason. I'm not a fuck up. My younger brother is not a fuck up. He's actually, him and his girl been together since they were 14 years old. They're married, 3 children, still together to this day. Okay? But I have an older brother who's been married like 5 times again, has 15 fucking children, beats the shit out of every fucking chick he's ever been with. He's sitting in jail right now. As parents, when our children become adults, we don't get to get accolades for their successes and choices because that's a choice that he has made because of whatever happened in the household. Like, yes, congratulations to you on being a parent, and he made better choices. But because he had actually, he really didn't have an option. He only saw one thing, and that's the struggle. Now, the majority of people will choose the struggle over the hard work, and that's what fucking sucks. And when that I ain't gonna lie, I chose the struggle for a little bit too. That's how I ended up in prison. But then as an adult, I also got smart and it was like, I can do better than this. Right. I just have to apply myself. I don't have to live the life that I saw other motherfuckers live in my neighborhood.
Right.
I came from a 2-parent household. I'm not supposed to be a statistic.
Right.
But I also believed in the black statistic. 50% of all black men go to prison. So at some point in time, I know I'm going to get locked up. So guess what? I fed into the bullshit until I got locked up. We have personal choices that we make as adults that don't have shit to do to our upbringing sometimes. Yep. Because my brother has chosen to make choices that have not a goddamn thing to do with his upbringing.
Right.
And guess what? My mom and my dad ain't sitting here going, congratulations, we got a fuck up.
So, like, based on statistics, me and my sister, we were both raised in the same household, okay? Based on statistics and what went on in our household, which, I mean, I couldn't even begin to get into. But
and if you guys are the minority, like,
yes.
Again, congratulations.
Yeah.
You're far and few between.
Yeah.
But we always want to take credit for the wins, but we never take credits for the losses.
True. No.
If we take credits for the wins, we have to take credits for the losses.
I have a big brother. Okay. I have an older brother. He was part of the losses. He didn't make it. My brother was murdered. He was 29 years old because he chose to follow in the footsteps of my dad and live the life and live that lifestyle and all that shit. He didn't make it.
Yeah.
There is, so 2 out of 3 made it, but 1 didn't. Just saying.
Marcy says he is giving his child a mom at home, which is what he wanted. And how many sons do you have? Is he your only son?
He's my only son. I only have one son.
Okay, so
wait, she said what?
He is giving his child a mom at home, which is what he wanted.
Oh, I see.
Oh,
so a stay-at-home mother.
Like a stay-at-home mom, not a
he's
mom
giving a stay-at-home. He has created a stay-at-home mom, and he has become an actual man.
Yeah.
Right.
Which is the total opposite of what he saw.
Yeah.
Which is
what
why.
his father was.
Which is why, as parents, if you did not give him that, we can't sit here and say he is that because of what I did.
Thank you.
Because
He made
it's
his own
not
choices.
what you did because you didn't show him that.
I didn't show him what?
You didn't show him the
household.
A two-parent household
with a mom able to stay at home.
Okay.
So that's what he wanted, but never received. So he's now modeling that in his own adult life.
And
so in a sense, you did show him what he did and didn't want.
No, you showed him exactly what he didn't want.
Which is okay.
Yeah, it's
And
not.
I mean, I didn't show him that on purpose.
No, I did.
Well, no.
Okay.
Well, again,
You still taught
so
him
it's
a
not
lesson.
blaming you, and this is
No.
where I say to so many people, stop getting on the defense and actually listen to what is being said.
It's okay.
What you did is the best that you could do. It
Yeah.
doesn't make it good or bad. It makes it the best that you work with what you had to do. Shit, if I'm a fucking plumber, but all I own is a screwdriver, but I can fucking get your shit working with a screwdriver, I made it work.
Right.
Yes.
You didn't come with an entire tool set, but you had a great outcome.
There you go. That's all that matters.
That's all that matters. You don't need accolades for because he's making his own choices. And I always say this: he's only 25. He's got a long way to go to model that for the rest of his life.
Like he's not even 30 yet.
Yeah. So and he hasn't even truly he just got to where his brain is fully developed. The brain fully develops up to 25, 26 years old. So he's going to start making way different choices moving forward. And that's another thing that people need to start to understand about themselves. You're not mentally capable of making real decisions until 25 plus. So when you're kicking your child out at 18 years old, understand that's the same as putting your infant child in the manger at the fucking fire station. It's literally crazy, which is why as parents, we also have to make sure that we are more parents than we are friends.
100%.
Absolutely.
100%. Even until their adult years.
Yes.
I will say that I feel that was a mistake I made with my daughter when she became a certain age. I think I became more of a friend than I did a parent. Not saying that my daughter's in a bad place, but you know what I'm saying? Because I think for 23, she's in a really good place compared to like most people. But I do as a parent now and who I am today, I can see some of the parent mistakes that I made with my daughter, thinking that the relationship that I was building with her, because I wanted the type of because of the relationship that I had with my mother, I thought I was right, because when you're not taught and when you're not shown that, you're kind of just going on a limb, because life doesn't come with a manual, parenthood doesn't come with a manual, relationships don't come with a manual, nothing comes with a manual. So when you're not taught and you're not showed, you're just kind of like going with it. And I think that's what I did on a lot of situations as a young parent, as a young single parent. I did that. I just like went with the energy. I went on movement, and I think those were some of the mistakes I may have made with my child, that where I felt sometimes I acted more as a friend than I did a parent, but I thought I was being a parent. But like now, I see that I didn't do that.
No, I feel you. I'm never my kid's friend. Like,
Chris said, I see both sides, and men don't mature until 35. Men mentally mature at 26. Men financially don't mature until around 35. That is true.
Well, I just want to say
go
my
ahead
son
and
is
set it
rare.
at 35, because that's when it all comes together for the most part.
Well, no, because what happens is, see, once we can think correctly is when we put more things into play, into motion, right? So from 25 to 35, we're working on the plan. We're ramping up. But again, this is the bad part. A lot of women don't want a man when he's ramping up, which is actually when you should be grabbing a hold of him.
Yeah, you should be investing in that man.
Yeah, because you're at your best.
Yes.
Physically, for childbearing,
all that.
For mentality, for learning yourself. Because this is the thing: if you're 35, if you're 30-something years old and you're just now figuring it out, there's a disconnect there. Something was wrong.
Yeah.
Right.
This is why parents should be telling your children, literally, you should not make it to 30 and you're not married. You should be, again, that's a hard pill for y'all to swallow.
No. It's not about a pill.
I was married at 30.
I was married at 21. But, like, here's the thing. The same thing you touched on earlier about, like, education and the whole institutionalization of education and all that bullshit. I kind of have the same, like, ideals or whatever about marriage, because I mean, maybe that's a whole nother subject for a whole nother
I have a question.
But
do
you guys understand what the institution of marriage was created for in the first place? Like, because I think that's what is so missed. Do you guys understand what marriage was created for in the first place?
Why don't you explain it to us?
Okay. You look for safety, security, and provision, right?
Correct.
Okay, so if a man doesn't marry you, can he leave you whenever he wants to?
Yes.
Thank you. So if you tie him down, and seeing as women leave men 70 to 80% of the time,
Okay.
the likelihood of him leaving you is very low. So you're actually in a win-win situation.
Okay, but here's what I wanted to touch on.
But hold on. When he hits his glow up, that 35, 40 range, 35 to 45 is when they hit like their maximum peak.
True.
Aren't you already 20 years in?
Okay. Yeah. If
so
you stick
who-
by him, yes.
So who's
That's what you're
winning?
saying.
So you're winning. That means you've already raised children. Like most of your kids are now going to be grown.
you're
You've given them safety, security, and provision the entire time.
That's like the whole white picket fence version of it.
No, but that's the real life God-given version of it.
Yeah, but that doesn't like fucking apply to nowadays.
No, it doesn't apply because your thought process tells you that. Like this that's playing on this screen right here is what the world wants you to do. See, feminism has taught women, you don't need men, get your degrees. No. Hold on. Do this, do that, Avoid a man, avoid marriage.
That's totally wrong. That's not at all what I was getting towards.
No. But what I'm saying, that's what the world is putting
Yeah, I get what you're
out
saying.
there.
Be independent.
I have a question.
You don't need a
though.
man. Earn your own money. We out earn men anyways. Blah, blah,
So
I mean, the
you-
numbers say we do.
Blah, 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 blah. That's not at all what I was getting on. What I was talking about with marriage, honestly, is a whole different fucking direction. So
What's the direction?
about having like the whole like government and legal system in your fucking business. Like the same way like when you birth a child and they have to have a social security number and a birth certificate and all that. Like being a person that has been married, and I was married for 16 years to one person. So, and then when I got divorced, unlike the statistics where the man comes out, he ends up paying child
You were the
support,
opposite.
spouse- yeah, whatever. I had the opposite effect. Let's just move on from that. Point is, what I'm saying is like marriage, especially for women like me, you've been married.
So here's the thing. You are one of the few women that live the existence of what men get.
Yeah.
It sucks, doesn't it?
It sucks.
Correct. This is why so many men don't want to get married.
Yes.
Okay, but at the end of the day, your reality isn't your daughter's.
No, I get it. I
So
understand.
push her to
get
do
married.
the same thing you did, but the difference is make a better decision.
So what I'm saying is,
Now, if you want to keep the government and all the shit out
yes,
of that,
that's my point.
okay, great.
Just have a union.
Leave the states too.
Do anything
No,
but
leave the states.
whatever.
She needs to leave the country and go somewhere where things like that aren't in place. Because only in the U.S. do you have to make a contract
Yes, that's what I'm
with the
touching
government.
That's my whole point of
True,
this.
but most
I
That's
fully
just a
believe
paper
on
that
union.
the government. I see what you're saying. It's kind of like when, like, let's just use an example. It's kind of like when the government says that these aren't your kids no more. You're not a good parent.
Yeah, and they can
but
fucking take
bitch,
them.
I'm not me, but like I'm still their parent. So it's kind of like just because this
that's why
paper,
I say leave the country.
That
Yeah.
but no,
But you
No,
can't
but
fight the
but you're
government.
right.
But what I'm
It is this country that does that shit.
It's what you're saying though makes total sense, but you can't fight the government. If
True.
they come and take your kids away, you can't go take them back.
I mean, you can try.
And if you
but
file for a divorce and go through, you can't stop that process
No,
unless
you
you both
can't.
you both have to agree.
But
the
what
moment
I think what
you
Tiana's
put them in your
trying to
business,
say, but what I think what Tiana's trying to say is, say she gets in a relationship with somebody, what they speak about in their household, say they have a private unity in their household, between them, I'm married to you. I'm not going
Yeah, that's
outside.
the
of
only
it.
bad part
Yes.
about that is unfortunately, legally. So again, unfortunately, in a situation like that, there's really nothing that ties two people together. So
That sucks
anyone,
that a paper has to tie you
anyone
together.
could.
Because I know people that have like you hear
Welcome-
stories about
welcome to
people that will
brainwashing.
marry just.
Welcome
I
to
get what
brainwashing.
you're saying,
Like, this
but
country
you're not
has brainwashed
but you,
us.
I know, but what you're
Yeah.
not understanding is what we're saying from our like. If
No,
you
I
truly
understand
find
it.
that,
I
but I don't
understand
have
it.
to. I shouldn't have to leave the country if I find that right person and say like, look. This is us. Even though we're not going to the fucking government and telling the fucking government we're married, like this is us. Like we're a team. We're together. Like we're
But that's
united.
Not true. That's not true. And the reason that that's not true is because they have common law marriage. They have all kinds of other things that they're going to put in place and put on you regardless. So you literally, and then you have all the outside forces, friends and family members that are going to come along at some point in time. And guess what? Peer pressure is a bitch and it lasts until you fucking die. So yes, you have to put yourself in an environment where everybody else is doing the exact same thing that you're doing.
So
because if you, for instance, let's say I have 5 wives in this bitch, and every time I fucking leave my house,
wish.
me and my 5 wives are going home, are going to the store, going shopping, going doing this. What is the world going to look at me and my 5 wives as?
Who gives a fuck? First of all,
There's a whole show.
But I get
There's
what
a
you're
reality
saying.
show
Correct.
that has a man with 5 wives.
But what I'm saying is, it's not something
It's
that
not what
is
the US follows.
accepted
I get it.
on a regular basis.
Yes.
So when it's not accepted, whether you like it or not, there's always going to be someone at the job, at the barbecue, that's.
But you have to get to the point where you don't
Again,
care what the. But like,
who gives a fuck?
Exactly.
But-
that's my That's
but
my point. Like,
here's-
who gives a fuck that? Like, it's like me. Like, who gives a fuck that you say that at 35 I should fucking be married or I'm no fucking good?
You do, because if you didn't, you would never get in your feelings and argue.
I'm
the
not
facts.
in my feelings about it.
I
though.
didn't say today. I didn't say you specifically, but I'm saying you.
Like, you know what I mean?
Like y'all women get in their feel. There's podcasts after podcasts and TV shows after TV shows. Y'all get in your fucking feelings because you hate hearing that shit. And you hear it so much that it starts to affect you. So as much as you can say, so what? Who cares?
No.
Live your
Because
life.
let's just touch on that for a second. He is 100% true. Let's just talk about it. Like, I've heard the whole thing with stock value, right? The same thing he talked about earlier about, men over 6 feet versus men under 6 feet. You're balding, you're fat, you're over a certain age, you make under a certain amount of money, etc., etc. That lowers your stock value. Why the fuck can't women accept your stock value? If you are over 35, you're considered to be like your stock value lowers because now you're above average age for conceiving children. If you have kids already, your stock value is lowered because now they got to tend to these kids and they got to be a stepdaddy and all that shit that goes into that or whatever.
And 9 out of 10, you don't want to give him no kids because you're done.
Usually,
Yeah.
yes. Or if you make more money than him, you have this career path and you make over, whatever, 80K, 100K, whatever the fuck.
Yeah. The SMV, sexual market value, goes 2 ways. Because the same thing applies to men.
I want to go into the community
That's
and
my
get my
point.
own numbers.
Why the fuck? No. How come women have such a harder time accepting what the fuck it is?
But you guys
I
make
get it.
us accept our shit. We have,
Yes.
like, even
you're
right,
fat. You're bald. You're under 6 feet.
like,
you don't make this amount of money.
literally, right now, I fit that exactly. I'm fat right now. I'm bald, and I'm not 6 foot.
That's my point. Do you
Okay?
understand? Like,
Now, according to many things, I
shouldn't be getting
shit.
Exactly.
But there are other things that I do very correctly that don't disqualify me, which brings my value up a little bit higher because it's some of the things that, whether y'all like it or not, on the scale, I can offer those things much more than other men.
So this is where it fits into the whole, like, minority versus
Majority.
Mm-hmm. This is where we fit in. Yes, we are over 35. It's okay. Like, we are whatever the fuck, whatever other shit that we have against us per se, but like, you know individually what you bring and all that other shit. So
Right.
we shouldn't be so offended by what like the statistics are per se.
I always say this: defy
I
it.
just look at it. I understand what you're saying when we talk about numbers and we talk about this and that, and I get what you're saying, what society says, and I get all that. I have always lived a life, I guess, and maybe I'm wrong or maybe I'm right. I don't care, but my life has always been like I live with what's around me, what I've observed, what I've seen. I don't Google numbers. I don't do all that research. I go based off of my peers, off of my network circle,
But-
people that like you, what God has like the universe or
But
the
let
energy
me-
or whatever
let
has
me-
run like you, Coco, Tiana, people around me that I've seen
Val,
and what
the-
I go based
what's
off
hard
of what
for you to-
I've seen in life.
What is very
No.
hard for you to understand is that you're still holding your pretty privilege card. When niggas stop beating your door, hold on.
But wait, that's the thing. You may say that I hold a pretty privilege card, but I may look in the mirror and I may not think I'm pretty.
That's just you.
This get,
That's
guess what?
just
Hey,
you.
hey,
Just
hold on,
you.
hold on. Those
But you
those
can't
with
say I hold a
privilege,
privilege.
no.
No, but what I'm
Privilege
saying-
is invisible to those that have it. You have it, and you can't say you don't. It doesn't matter what the fuck you see. Niggas are still fucking with you. So it's not what you say because you aren't dating you. These men are, and they see that and they go for it. Now, what you need to start looking at is the quality of men, and if you're such a great woman, why are you single?
Because I want to be.
No, that's not true. Because men ask you to marry us, and men ask you to be in relationships. So that's not your choice. Because if it's your choice,
that's being offered to you.
if it's your choice, you could change it right now. Change it.
You don't want the shit that's being offered to you.
Thank
That's
you.
What it is.
So it's not your choice. And y'all got to stop selling yourself that dream. It's my choice. I'm single by choice. Okay, then bitch, change it. You can't.
But it is right. But
No.
I'm confused. Hold on, I'm confused.
Okay.
Like, and it's because if you're saying I hold a pretty privilege card, men are knocking on my door, men wanting to date me, and I'm choosing not to. I'm eliminating them, or I'm finding reasons not to be in a relationship with them. Then isn't that my choice?
No. What you're failing to understand is the man that you think you deserve is not the man that is going for you. These men are below your standards.
But that's the thing. Me personally, I don't know what man I deserve.
Then that is a bigger problem.
And I understand that.
What? No.
That's why I'm single.
No.
Like, I'm being 100% real
So
with
you should not even be dating.
Correct.
But
No,
correct.
you should not be on a single date. You shouldn't be entertaining men whatsoever. If you can't even go to, that's like going to fucking work and you're a brain surgeon and you get in there and go, what am I supposed to do?
But how am I supposed? Like,
No.
No, I'm asking in general. Like, I'm asking because right. Like, let's go based off of your the message you sent me earlier, and you know the message you sent me earlier. So, if I don't know the man I'm supposed to be dating, and then you're saying, you shouldn't be dating then how do I find out the man I'm supposed to be dating?
You need to be working on yourself.
Yeah.
Worry about your fucking self.
You know what? I'm
Relate
gonna tell
to yourself.
You know what?
I understand what
I'm
understand what you as women are saying. I want to hear what he has to say.
Pause. You should probably surround yourself with 3 happily married women that have been married for 15 to 20 years minimum.
That
Yeah.
doesn't exist.
Yeah.
No, that doesn't.
Because I know women that have been married, and
One.
I even know a pastor, a wife that's been married, and they are not happy. Like, I don't.
It's all
Where do you
an
find
illusion.
those?
Here, again,
It's an illusion.
stop
None of that
making
shit
Where
is
do
real.
excuses.
I'm not making excuses.
that
I'm telling
isn't-
you my reality.
No,
Look,
you're
I made friends with the pastor's wife.
So
and
let's
she
just,
was miserable.
Okay, so here's your reality. You're toxic, so you surrounded yourself with toxic people.
How
so-
do you unsurround yourself with toxic people when you don't want to be
By
toxic?
going
no more?
and
Resolve
looking
your toxicity.
So that's what I'm
How?
telling you.
If you don't know how.
Shut up and listen.
I am, but I'm listening to them too.
No, you can't. If you're going to sit here and say you want to hear what I got to say, but you're not fucking listening because you're listening to other people, clearly you can't even focus either. Learn how to take direction. Because a man's supposed to lead you. And if you can't even take direction now, I know in a relationship, it ain't going to fucking work because you don't listen. You don't pay attention and you're not actually taking the information given to you. So again, surround yourself by 2 to 3 women that have been married for 15 to 20 years, which means get off your ass and go find them, which requires you to do work. Also, get off your ass, go to the gym. Make sure that you are in the physical condition that the majority of high-value men are going to want to see you in. 3, stop doing toxic shit. Read books that are going to help you be the best version of yourself. And after you read those books, practice what you have learned. Then reread the books again and continue to put that to work on a regular basis. Then go ahead and allow your married friends to introduce you to good men who may not be physically what you want, but are mentally everything that you need. Allow him to lead you and become a better person. And he is going to check your work, which means when you're fucking up, because he's a real man, he's going to tell you you're fucking up. And instead of you running your mouth, you should actually go, let me fix that. Chris said, I definitely wish I was in there for this conversation. Marcy said, find someone now. My age, only men that are interested are 20 years older than me. Oh. I'm not anyone's nursemaid, so I'm probably just destined to be single.
Oh,
or change diapers.
I'm sorry.
But wait, girl, I feel you.
Not only that, when he says that women, like men are trying to find women that like they can like marry and like have kids with and stuff.
Yep.
So why is it that you see a lot of like younger men trying to hit up older women?
Because they want to fuck.
They want to
like what
fuck.
part of that?
And you're older, so you probably have more experience.
No, it's not even that. I can
What?
tell you why. It's the same reason I used to fuck older chicks too. What? Your tubes is tied, motherfucker. You can't get pregnant.
Yeah, that's part. That part.
I ain't gotta worry about
can't
making
get
no babies.
I ain't gotta worry. Only thing I gotta worry about is potentially catching an STD if you happen to be a hoe.
So like, I mean, again, I don't want to talk
That
about
was
personal.
my-
I don't
that
want
was
to
my
talk about personal
question.
experience, but
That
like,
was it was just a question in general.
anytime
like,
I put out there like, no, my tubes aren't tied. I'm still fertile. I can have a kid.
I personally don't date younger men. I don't, because at the end of the day,
The
like,
only
even
way you're
though
gonna win.
even though I may have found the wrong man and I may have dated the wrong man, like at the end of the day, like I'm still looking for that right man, and I know he's not younger than me.
He said, "Hell yeah, bagging old heads is fire."
Except what if the old heads can still have kids?
Okay, well, you're a rarity, and again, you physically can have it, but that doesn't mean that you could carry it to term. So there's a difference.
I've been tested. I can.
Testing, and physicality are two totally different because the tests don't tell the full status
I know
of
a friend
everything.
that dated
I
an
feel
old.
you.
Marcy,
I have a friend right now that-
Marcy
in that
is giving
situation.
sound advice because you're what, 55, 56 years old now?
Who?
Marcy.
Oh.
That's what I'm saying. Listen, Marcy is giving sound advice because
Marcy.
now she's at an age where, guess what? The only motherfuckers hitting her up are older dudes, which technically, Val, you should be going for an older man.
Yes.
I
the
do
ones
go
that
Who
are
already
looking for
have
kids.
who already have children and who
Yeah.
are established. But
Right.
again, the way you carry yourself, the fact that you refuse to listen, the fact that you won't allow a man to lead is going to disqualify you already. You are disqualifying yourself regardless.
Is that what you're reading? What she's saying? Are you talking?
Girl, you
he's
don't
reading
listen.
what she's saying and speaking off of that. So basically, I think he's trying to say like you're in the interim, right?
Right.
So like you shouldn't be fucking with younger dudes because that stage has passed or whatever about having kids and all that crap. So you should be fucking with older dudes, but
older
like not
established men.
older
I understand
established
what he's
dudes, which is
saying,
probably
but
50 plus.
you have to ask.
I don't want you.
You have to ask yourself
I don't want
if
you
you
to
qualify.
think I'm not. Look, I don't want you to think I'm not listening or I'm rebuttaling you. Like I have like genuine questions because I just left a 3-year relationship where I was submissive. He was an older man. I listened. I did what I had, but unfortunately, he was still the wrong man. So that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm still trying to figure out. Like, I understand as a woman what I need to do.
You have to choose better.
Exactly. I understand as a woman what I need to do because I said it in the beginning. I need a man. I know I need a man. But it's I'm trying to figure out how to make those right choices to date a different man.
So let me ask you
That's
this.
why I said marry people and let them choose your man.
Yeah, but that's okay.
Yeah, but how do you find the right married people?
That.
Because like I have friends.
Go to bingo night. Go to bingo night.
That's like
I went to a church. You know, like I was in church for a while. Like I said, I became friends with the pastor's wife.
Hold on, Val. Tiana, no fucking shit. Because if she's married for 20 plus years at this point in time, she ain't your age.
So
she's 50 or 60 years
Coco,
old.
We need to go back to Brookdale,
which
and
means
start hanging out with them old motherfuckers.
Which also
that
means
have been married for 50 fucking years and
correct. You know, because they have traditional values.
Our senior citizens.
No. See, and this is where you guys this is where the huge disconnect is. Men want traditional women. Y'all don't want to be traditional women. And in order for you to get traditional values, you need to be talking. And in order, see again. This is no. It's not about listening. This is the number one thing that happens every time a man gives women a direction. Y'all don't want to do the work.
I'm not saying I don't want to.
No.
But what I'm asking, you're not listening to what I'm asking you.
No, you're saying
I'm asking
if you
how
can't
do
find
I
a good
know
man,
if that married friend is the right friend to have?
Because I told you where the fuck to go find them.
So not in a church.
In a senior citizen home.
Nigga, no. The church bitches are the worst.
Yeah, they are the worst. 100%.
But society
Chris
says
said,
I have to go to church.
Chris says, I think Val will allow the right man to lead. Val typically don't like squares, but that's where I think she's going to win. Thank you, Mr. Christopher Robinson. We appreciate that. But again, this is the thing. Even
he
now,
knows me very personally.
Even now, here's the thing. Even now, you see how you raise your voice? A real man ain't going to deal with that shit.
Yeah, he's gonna be like, bitch.
That's why literally, like, so many times in this conversation, honestly, I want to turn around and look and you would see the dad face, and I'm gonna tell you in a nice, calm, quiet voice, shut the fuck up. Cause you literally do talk too much. And you raise your voice as if that makes you powerful. No, it actually shows how weak you are.
I respect that.
The moment that's one habit you need to break, like last year. That is not powerful. That actually gets you nowhere. And that is the worst form of communication. So communication skills is the first thing you have to learn, which is, again, why I will never argue with a woman. It's stupid. It's futile. Especially when logic is speaking, and that is you showing your emotion, which goes back to the very first question of this entire podcast, which is being emotionally stable and having a man.
I respect that from you because I will say that is something I am working on because being a single woman and being who I have been for really long, that has become my defense mechanism.
Stop calling yourself a single woman too. You want call yourself a wife and then start living like a wife. Bet you'll change the outcome and the way you fucking walk around. And then don't deal with the man that doesn't treat you as his wife.
There you go.
The things that change relationships and make people worthy of relationships are so fucking single. It's simple. It's just literally making the decision, the choice, and putting in the work. Just you going to find 2 to 3 old fucking couples and letting them mentor you Like,
Chris, he's married. You know his wife, Jill. Start there. They've been married for a long time. Start there. We know them. They have a good life, don't they? They have a good relationship. They've been through some shit, but they're still together.
and
they're still
also,
married.
stop looking for perfection. Every relationship
part.
ain't fucking perfect. Y'all literally are sold on the happily ever after.
Yep.
Guess
It
what?
doesn't
Men
exist.
fucking cheat. Stay.
It doesn't exist.
Because this is the thing. You want to get cheated on a man that loves you, protects you, provides for you, does all this shit, or you want to get cheated on by a nigga you hardly know?
Well, duh.
Thank you.
wanna
It's
get
like
cheated on at all. I mean, nobody wants to get cheated on at all. True, but you have. That's where you have to weigh out your shit. You know what I'm saying? And that's where those conversations and stuff come in.
And here, Marcy is 52. She says men my age are looking for 35 to 40-year-olds. It's just the facts. And guess what? As men get old, see, this is another thing that as women y'all need to start to understand. When you're younger, you have the pick of the litter. As you get older, the litter starts to fucking disappear. Now she's at an age range where guess what? Younger dudes ain't looking at her and older dudes aren't looking at her. Men, when we're younger, will go for women that are older. Men that are older go for women that are younger. You're at an age where you're right in the fucking middle. You can find someone.
I think my thing is like, I wish I would have known my worth in my 20s, in my 30s, so I could have picked the right man
Again,
versus trying to pick the right man now when
But Val,
I'm obviously not good enough.
man, you about to box, bitch. Hold the fuck up.
Like here's the thing. Okay.
Wait.
You
Coco's
are like
about to come out.
Wait.
Come
Yeah,
on, Coco. Let's
hold
go,
on
Coco.
1 second.
She's been quiet
First
for a while.
off,
so let her talk.
Val,
Yeah.
you cannot get over what you did. You can't go back
Right,
to your
I didn't-
20s. Get
right.
over it. Let it go. No, seriously. Let that shit go.
Right.
You're not good enough. You keep telling yourself that you sure the fuck won't be.
No, I'm not saying I'm not good. I'm saying in my 20s and my 30s, I felt that I wasn't good enough. I didn't know my worth, so I picked the wrong man. But like going based off of what he said, now that I'm 35, 40, figuring out my worth, knowing that I picked the wrong man in my past, now I'm like limited to the men I can have because certain men may not look at me no more because I'm considered bad goods or whatever he said. You know what I'm saying?
No, you're not. But so okay, so here's the thing that I think we went through this on the first show too. He's talking about the vast majority and statistically where we are, the American dream, what
Right.
is average in this world. If you don't want to be average, then don't motherfucking be average. Defy the odds, please do. But you have to set your mind to that.
You have to be
put
above average yourself.
Right.
Yeah.
You have to put your mindset to an above and over average for yourself. You can't be wavering on about your value and your worth. You need to figure that shit out.
Stand
put
on that
it
shit.
in, stand 10 toes
Stand
down
on
on
it.
that shit and live your life as that. The
part.
moment you
Walk
do
in
that, the moment you do that, the dude that you question about whether you were worthy of and what your
Fuck
worth
that
was
guy.
in 20 at 20,
No, really.
that's the dude that you question. That's when he's showing up because now you don't walk through life in instability. You're not emotionally all over the place because you've secured yourself in what it is that you believe yourself to be. Like he says, don't call yourself a single woman. Call yourself a wife. I know I'm a wife.
But that's my point. Like anybody that
Well, I
shows
mean-
up any differently and treats you any differently, fuck them.
Right, you have
Move
to be
on.
that. And so, I'm glad you brought that up because we've been talking about this pretty much all night. When you, as a woman, know that you're a wife and you understand your value, you are not going to tolerate shit off of people, and that's why he talked about that when he was talking about how you're talking about your daughter's grandfather, how clearly there's something, the relationship isn't in a certain space because he doesn't have it. Like he said, your grandfather, your father is not trying to fuck you. So they don't have no reason. Your brother is not trying to fuck you. He has no reason to lie to you about what a man will or won't do. So if you don't have a high value male interactive relationship with someone to be able to give you that information, you probably you're gonna get played a lot in your younger years. We're beyond that at this point.
Yeah.
We at our age where we are, it's a lot of what we're dealing with in relationships is because we won't hold ourselves accountable. The reality is we're so wrapped up. So many of us are so wrapped up in what society says we need to do and how we need to perform
Exactly.
and what standards we need
and
to.
that's what I think that's
but hold
where,
on.
hold on. I think that's where I've been triggered and I've gotten into my emotions because that's what Bailey speaks on. And I've been feeding up and like, wait, so you're saying society says this about me, and you're saying, and
Okay,
I think
but
that's where I get triggered.
Okay, but you got to hold accountability because even
No,
this
I do hold accountability. I hold very
no,
much
No,
accountability.
you don't. No, you
Yes,
don't.
I do.
You know how I know you don't?
Why?
Did I not tell you this morning that by the time I get done with you, you're gonna be somebody's wife, and you was like, I already was a wife.
I was.
Okay, what you was,
Even though I was the wrong person's wife.
what you was and what you are two totally different things, and I told you that, and you dumped that shit off like it was a fucking plague.
I'm not gonna touch that subject because you're pinpointing certain things. There was other things said in in that conversation that I'm not gonna mention online. So like,
no, we can say it. I talk shit to you all the motherfucking time, but I wasn't talking shit to you at that moment. Now was I?
Like I said, I'm not gonna speak on it.
Yeah.
No, speak on it.
Yeah,
He
speak
just
on
said
it.
it.
I will pull this motherfucking chat up and put it on the screen
pull
for
cards.
everybody
So if
to see.
Pull cards.
So if you want to go, when you first approached that conversation, it wasn't you telling me that. It was you. Like, don't forget the part where you said, I can't wife you, so I'm gonna make sure somebody wipes you. So it's kind of like when I read it from the trauma and the things I've been through, I'm like, oh, this is just
the
another
exact words are, you may not let me wife you, but I'm gonna make you someone's wife. Laugh out loud.
right. So when you
don't need. Trust me. There's no. I don't sugarcoat shit.
Okay, but my thing is when a person that's been through what I've been through. To me, you was just another motherfucker in my inbox.
You said, I'm good. I've been
You know what I'm
someone's
saying?
wife.
Yeah.
I'm good. Thank you.
Exactly. Because that was my response. Whether my response was right or wrong, my response was based on this is just another motherfucker in my inbox.
And you're in that space because of your trauma. And this is why Bailey said earlier,
and I
you
say
should not be dating. You shouldn't be
say
on
this
the
to
market.
you all the time. I'm going to trigger you till it don't trigger you no more.
Right, and
because that means you've healed.
He's that mofo. He will, he's gonna.
Where's that
Where's that?
Okay,
I feel like I'm in an intervention right now.
B. Crosby, hold on. B. Crosby
brought you here today. I'm just kidding.
B. Crosby said your energy projects your self-worth, meaning how you view yourself inside is how the world will perceive you on the outside. Chris said, I have a question.
Oh, shit.
Oh, God.
Let's go, Chris.
What's up, Chris?
The men y'all have dated, was his father in his life, and did you have a good role model? How many times did I say as part of dating? Shouldn't that be a question?
No.
Yes, I very much said.
No. I'm answering the question.
Yeah,
I'm answering your question. Yes,
the very few men that I have dated, no.
From Chris, no. The last person that I was in a relationship with, he didn't have a mother or a father. He grew up in foster care all his life.
Okay, and then Chris also said, I told my daughter to pay attention to that, and I'm raising my boys to be husbands. Okay, so this is why when we have these conversations and you go, Bailey, okay, well, this nigga know you, but he don't know me. But why is he saying the exact same shit that I said?
But here's you want to know the difference between him and you? You hit on me in between. So it invalidates it sometimes. You know what I'm saying? I get what you're saying and I listen to what you're saying. Don't think I don't take in what you're saying, because I do. But when you hit on me in between, that my defense mechanism kicks in, and that's why I respond.
But why
the way
are
I
you
respond.
defensive to a man hitting on you?
No, hold on.
Because you're not gonna try to give me advice and tell me and then hit on me.
No.
Bailey.
No. See here.
Yes.
Val. Have I ever asked you out on a date?
No, but
okay. So hold on. So the man that I am, that's not hitting on you. I say the most fucked up shit to you. Am I lying?
Really, Val? You just checked out on us, or are you trying to pull up messages? What's going on?
Capricorn, I got receipts.
Oh, okay.
This again, I have no problem putting the chat up. I can put the whole conversation on the screen. But we can be real, because again, I will read them word for word for word for word. I don't have secrets. I say the most fucked up shit to you, do I not?
But you have to understand, it can be the most fucked up shit to you, but you don't know how I take it. Like, right when the shit when I told you about me wearing my slides, and then the shit you followed up with, and then you followed up with, I'm gonna find somebody to wife you. Like, how the fuck am I supposed to take any of that conversation seriously?
You know why? No, again, you miss a very valid point. I'm gonna trigger the fuck out of you until you heal. I'm gonna trigger you until you heal.
He's doing a magnificent job at it, might I add. I'm just saying.
So look, if there was a school bus right now, nigga, I'm fucking driving the shit out of your ass. and
I mean, your last message to me was, I'm always gonna talk shit to you. So I get it.
This is the thing. There's no fucking secrets, and I've made it very clear. And this is the thing. If I were truly hitting on you, you would definitely know. How often do I fucking message your ass? Even when I send you funny shit, literally funny videos, you took offense to that shit. I was like, what the fuck are you talking? Because Tiana got the same fucking video. Tiana, do I send you videos?
Yes.
Okay. It's funny. You're like one of 20 people. My brothers, my cousins, uncles, family members.
That just means that's your people.
Like, at the end of the day, Val, if I really wanted to hit on you, it would be whole total different energy. And trust me, you're going to see my ass. I'm going to make sure you see me.
Oh, okay. Oh.
I'm going to trigger the fuck out of you until you get over it. Chris said, I feel like that's a cheat code for women. If his father ain't around or he doesn't have good role model, tread lightly. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Use that from now on.
No, like,
whenever I do decide
ask him if they have two parents in their life.
Yeah. If I ever
That's very crucial in dating.
It's extremely crucial.
B said she's protecting how she feels inside right now. And see, here's the thing. You know when a woman's hurt and when she knows she's not winning? Because they always try to do the personal attack. And that's another reason it'll never happen with Mr. Bailey, because Mr. Bailey is too fucking honest. Too honest. You can't personally attack someone that is just too open about his shit. And when I've told you time after time after time after time after time after time and again that I'm going to fucking trigger you until you're no longer triggered. And I'm going to talk shit to you until I can't talk shit to you anymore. And the thing about it is, your trigger is just that. You don't want to be hit on. But then, how does a nigga get to know you?
Right, how are you ever supposed to know if a motherfucker interested in you if they can't hit on you?
Because if I was really fucking interested in you and was hitting on you for real, you failed miserably. You just basically let me know you got hella daddy issues and you are a bust down of bust downs. Marcy said, my dad was awesome.
So like for real. So is this what you experience in the dating world though? Like with people? What's going on? What am I looking at? Where? Start where?
I just want to touch on that. I had this whole.
You see what I'm saying?
No, before I even see that.
No,
shit.
read it.
No,
read it.
no.
Read it. Read it. Read it.
See what I'm saying?
Wait.
Read it.
Oh. Before she reads it,
okay.
I just want to touch on. I had this debate with a friend before, and she literally was not trying to hear me when I was trying to explain the difference between a guy that's just trying to fuck and a guy that's actually interested in getting to know you and wanting to date you to, like, you know, possibly create
so a guy
future.
that just
Let me finish.
Okay. So I have a question for you.
Because
I know.
guys depending on, so they'll pick up certain cues with you and see whatever it is they got to do and whatever it is they got to say, however they have to move to a certain extent in order to get you interested enough to fuck. That does not necessarily mean they're trying to build a future with you.
Thank you.
They want to see something with you. They want to have kids with you. They want to wife you.
Thank you.
Okay,
when you know the difference, and you don't care to entertain that shit, how do you do it without sounding like a bitch or out without?
It doesn't matter how the fuck you sound.
Exactly.
You sound how you
My
sound.
fucking point. That's why I don't give a fuck how I sound right now.
Just then shut that shit down. I'm not interested. Period. I'm not interested in nothing the fuck you're talking about. Period.
Point blank. Period.
That. Like, it's either it is or it isn't. Like, you don't entertain some shit you're not fucking interested in.
And you don't let it trigger you either.
That part. I mean, you shouldn't.
But sometimes your trauma
I get it.
And that's part of the healing process.
It is part of the healing
process, and that's what people don't understand. And for you to sit here and say that, oh, well, I'm going to keep triggering you until you heal, how does that make sense?
Because if you're never triggered, if the shit that triggers you no longer triggers you, does that mean you're healed?
Yes, it does.
So you need to be triggered.
So you need to be triggered to figure out why is this triggering
Your
me?
triggering is your contrast. So this is how I view life and energy, right? The contrast is here to to tell you what it is that you want, to show you so you can see, okay, I don't like this over here, so what do I prefer? Oh, I can look at the opposite end of the spectrum. That's what I like. Okay, cool. Now I know. The opposite, so the same thing with your triggers. Something triggers you. If something triggers you, that tells you that wound is unhealed. That means that's still open.
Why is this bothering me?
Right. And so you have to question for yourself, why does it bother me when a person talks to me this way? Why does it bother me that in this environment I experience this emotion? Or why did it bother me seeing this mother do this with her child, or hearing this man talk to this woman in this way? It was a trigger of some sort for me. Well, why the fuck did I get triggered? What was that? You have to be willing to have this type of self-introspection and look at yourself, because it tells you where your work is needed, what you need to be working on, what you need to be healing.
But what if you, okay, so it's kind of like, right? Like when your kid becomes a certain age, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not, and then all of a sudden you're like, they're a certain age and you're like, how the fuck do you not know how to wash clothes? How do you not know like white goes with black, like whites are whites, blacks are blacks, and colors are colors? Like, how do you not fucking know that? Well, you never taught me that, right? So then you question, like, the person that parent has to be like, oh shit, like I never taught my kid how to wash clothes. So how can I get after my kid for washing clothes, right? If I never showed them mopping, whatever it may be, right? So if I don't know how to heal my triggers, how, you know what I'm saying? Like, do you understand what I'm trying to say?
I get what you're saying, but as an
Like,
adult,
I get as an
after
adult,
a certain fucking point, you can't blame, like,
I'm not blaming my parents.
like,
I'm saying I recognize my issues, but my thing is, if I've never been taught how to deal with them or how to how do I learn that at my?
You gotta figure that shit out.
Wait. I understand exactly what you're saying. Bailey just gave you the answer to that.
Well, and I was going to say also, since clearly you know that I'm talking shit to you because I'm triggering you on purpose.
Right.
And clearly I help people get past this shit on a regular to get to their next stage in life. At some point in time, why don't you go, Bailey, stop talking shit to me and actually help me? Like, at what point in time are you going to humble yourself and just ask for help and understand that everything...
I think that's what I'm doing right now, though.
No, you're not. Because you and if you are, it's fucking backwards as shit. Because at one point, what you're going to try to do is a personal attack to be like, you see what the fuck he did to me? Well, no shit, I'm telling you I'm doing it to you. When are you going to ask and say, okay, stop fucking triggering me or help me get past these triggers and help me find closure
So
or somebody.
that goes to the point like that I was saying, like, and Chris knows, like, what is it about me that's making you trigger me? What is it about me that's attracting this?
Because even before we met, you got triggered on, and when I say a lot of the conversations that we've had are very public on Facebook, and you get hella angry. You have to ask yourself, because this is a very public forum.
Right.
So if you make a post on a public forum and someone makes a comment on a public forum and that angers you, you have to ask yourself, why am I even mad?
Yeah. Why are you bothered by any of that?
How can a see, who controls your anger?
You.
Myself.
Yeah.
Who controls your feelings?
Me.
So how can I trigger you?
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever asked yourself that? And then ask yourself this question, because I know you're not. The shit that I've sent you.
Because it's not you that triggers me.
No,
It's me
hold
that
on.
triggers myself.
The shit that I sent you in your DMs. Other niggas send you that shit, don't it?
Yep.
Okay. So, and you don't like it, right?
Nope.
Have you asked yourself why niggas do that? Why do they approach you that way?
I feel that they just do it in general to various women because I know various women that get the same messages.
Fuck various women. Why are they approaching you?
Because they felt like they could.
But why?
I don't know.
Those are questions you have to ask yourself, and what maybe you are portraying or who you potentially might be or who they think you are.
Mm-hmm.
See, again, a wife carries herself in the spirit of a wife. Tiana, Coco,
Yes.
did I show you guys a picture of someone on Sunday?
Mm-hmm.
We saw a couple. Sorry.
I need more alcohol.
No, that's actually what you don't need.
No, she does.
No, she doesn't.
She's about to get it anyway.
That's
Yes, I mean, we looked at a few things. What do you? Yes. Okay. Yep. Yep.
If you see that on a regular basis, how do you think men would approach that?
Oh, all kinds of fucking ways.
No.
I think so.
I think men are approaching that on
Very
the way
respectfully.
with respect and the way on the level of how she looks, because they don't expect for it to be nothing less than what it looks.
Come correct or don't come at all.
I don't know.
Hold on. Chris said, I feel like I feel like that's a cheat code for women. If his father ain't around or he doesn't have a good role model, tread lightly. Gotta face the triggers for show.
I pay attention. You read that already.
So what I wanted to say about what you just showed us, is because there's dudes they just shoot their shot regardless. They don't give a fuck.
But the very, very few men will do that because of just the perception.
But what's a few men out of 3,000 followers?
No, he's
no,
correct.
No, I understand. But what's a few men out of 600 followers? What's a few
Like
men
3 or
out of
4 men.
3,000
Well, like,
followers?
3 or
Because
4
I will
people.
tell you, I don't get a lot of dudes in my inbox. I don't have my inbox flooded. I get like 1 or 2 or 3. And when they approach me, they're like, what are you, they're trying to dig into my mind. They're not over here like, hey, girl, hey. Now, you will get your occasional, I'm trying to go on a date with you, or, the goofy shit, the clown shit,
Like,
right?
I
don't get dudes approaching me like that for the most part.
When you're trying to heal and you reject those that are trying to get in your mind, and you reject the ones that are just you know they're just trying to fuck, right? Because you have those, you have the ones that are just trying to fuck, and then you have the ones that are like genuinely trying to get in your mind and trying to get to know you. But you're in a point like where you're healing. Like I don't know how to like differentiate or reject that without sounding like I'm some bitter bitch.
It doesn't matter how you fucking sound.
Like you're trying to tread on water based off of like a situation you've already created for yourself. Like, see, here's the problem. Here's your biggest issue. You have created a situation where motherfuckers don't treat you the best way that you want to, and when they do, instead of you checking them, you try to pre-check yourself.
Yeah. How do I sound to them?
How that like what the fuck? That's that's backwards. Hold on. Marcy said it's exposure to what triggers you, so get comfortable being uncomfortable.
Right.
Sit in it until it doesn't bother you anymore. Yep. It's the only way to grow and heal. It sucks and it's hard. Mm-hmm. Jimmy said, what up, y'all? What's up, Jimmy? B said, if a woman gets a BBL, she shouldn't be surprised when men notice you are attracting that energy. That is true, too.
Yeah.
When you make yourself a walking sex toy, or at least the look of one,
A BBL?
it's gonna happen.
It's creating a perception. That's why. That doesn't mean that's what you really are.
Yeah, but that's
right. How people you don't. Let's
what
clarify.
Are you
so let's
out there.
So let's be clear about this. You do not have any control of how someone else perceives you.
No, that's not true. No. You actually have direct.
The only way that that's still not even true.
I would
because
say like 80%.
So here's the thing. Here's what I'm saying.
You can't control how they respond to you.
You can't control how they respond to you, but you also can't control how a person perceives you. What you do control is the perception that you put out. No, in the intent with which you put it out. Because some people will walk around with people go pay for it, they have that shit naturally. And somebody will still look at them and be like, oh, that's fake. That's this, that's that. Oh,
True.
she gonna do this, she gonna do that.
She fits a certain look.
And that's all because of how they choose to perceive.
And that goes to the picture that I showed. It's now how you dress it up. The way you dress it up is the way that you're going to be approached. If you dress it down,
again, that's
many people can see it, and they feel like that everybody has access to it. Don't be surprised when you get the bullshit.
Okay, so can I just say something about that? It's like, you should be able to a certain extent. I'm not saying dress like a hooker or anything, but if you like to wear certain shit because that's just how you like to dress, like. That shouldn't. I get how.
But regular women are selling sexuality, but you don't want to be sexualized. Like you have to take what comes along with it.
I get it, and so to be sexualized to a certain extent, but like not to where it's like, oh, that's all you are. It's like you can be a sexual person and still be a person of depth and a person of other.
But
shit.
here's
the problem. You're putting on a sex worker's outfit on a regular basis, but want people to treat you as if you're walking as a nurse.
So, but what exactly is a sex worker's outfit?
Tight-fitting, form-fitting, showing too much skin.
So, would you say any of us are wearing a sex worker's outfit?
Well, I don't know, because I haven't looked at either one of you motherfuckers.
Well, look,
I know y'all.
motherfucker. I'm just saying.
Stand up.
Because...
Stand up.
You said stand up.
Yep. I won't even.
I'm not standing up because I know I'm not dressed.
I'll let the chat do it. I'll let the chat do it. Okay. Now turn side. Nope. Turn sideways. That's where the regular clothes change. Anything that are see, women wear extremely tight, revealing things, which allows you to show your body off. That's
dress like a nun.
See that?
No.
See, this is.
Your jeans are tight as you. My pants are on me.
That's my point.
But
I'm confused.
Hold up, guys in the chat. Would you, based off of how they're dressed, how would you approach? Chris said it. Am I wrong to say dress how you want to be treated? Thank you. That's how men see it. See, we're literal.
I get it,
know
but
Chris's
like,
perspective on
But,
that.
but
Like, I get that.
we are
I'm very
literal.
specific though. Like based on okay, I don't wear this shit every day. I'm not gonna lie. I probably am a little bit more covered.
So like, there's a lot of women who wear like leggings on a regular basis, but they know that those leggings make their ass look incredible.
Okay, yeah, I get
or
you.
those leggings fit that.
Okay,
so even Chris said it. Chris said it. They both look like wives tonight. True.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you. Yay.
Yay.
So they look like wives, but 9 times out of 10, these women are not walking around with men, so they know that they're not wives, and you're not wearing rings, so they take it a different way. We know. But here, see, this is. You can't ask a question and then when you get the answer, be like, "Who the fuck wants to wear rings?" Like you're literally you're getting your answer, but it's not what you want to hear.
Right.
So
I'm
you're
listening.
shooting it down.
No, I'm listening.
But it is that perception. Let's see. He said, "Am I?" Oh no. Okay. You're shooting it down because it's not what you want to hear, and that's where you guys have to change your thought process. Again,
Yes.
in the world we live in today, you can't criticize a woman. You can't tell her she's wrong. You can't tell her to put fucking clothes on. You can't tell her she's fat. You can't tell her she's skinny because then we're body shaming.
No,
like we can't tell y'all shit.
No, I'm all about telling the truth. I get it.
So
Regardless of what we think or feel.
Men,
I get it.
okay, which goes back to, and then maybe you will understand this a little bit too, Val. If I'm gonna hit on somebody, that's my type. That's who I wife.
What's your type?
What I showed you a picture of.
Oh, the girl dressed in a business, whatever.
Correct,
attire.
because I know that she carries herself to a different standard.
Okay.
Which is usually gonna fit my standard.
But that girl, you can clearly tell. I mean, just from being a woman and being observative, like in general, she's probably like a super freak underneath. I'm just saying.
The best kind. Exactly. Thank you very much.
Well, that's what men. But that's what men want.
But that's what. See, I
They
want
the
a lady in the streets
and a freak in the bed.
See, this is why Coco is my new.
I mean, I'm just saying, looking at that girl and her face and her everything about her, I'm like, I would fuck with that girl. I'd fuck with her.
Okay, men are more attracted to that than we are. That.
I get it. Yeah.
And
I get it.
But y'all get it, but y'all don't get it because you get attention for the tight stuff. The problem with that is you're not getting the right attention, and correct, it's temporary attention, it's fuck you attention, it's not wife you attention. You need to be going for wife you attention. When you get wife you attention, oh my God, the conversations are different. 2, you're usually healed. Triggering things don't trigger you. Like there's conversations are a lot different. The man is different. So sorry for picking on you, Val, but at the same time, I'm going to pick on you.
I just displayed my whole life.
Hey, we're here.
Listen,
okay.
it's okay. It's nothing
We all
but love
did.
around here.
I just talked about my violin story, being what did I say? Groomed.
Oh yeah, being groomed. And the thing is, I love that we can have this conversation though, because this is real life. This is real life. This is what No Cap React is really about, and it's what the conversation is about. Because how many times have people within our age group of all of us here and within our range are experiencing things, having questions, being lost in the sauce for real because they really are unclear and confused, like she just talked about. Val made it very clear. She's like, what do I do when I'm triggered and we're bringing up things that I haven't healed and I don't know how to heal them. Like what happens? And yes, you do need to ask for help. And we are living in a society that is just now coming back around to talking about mental health, to talking about emotional health, and providing a space where we're not being stigmatized and talked down about, because we're talking about the struggle and we share the struggle that we have. And then, oh my God, my sister, my bestie, my this, my that, these people in my circle are experiencing the same thing. And now we can actually have open communication about well, I went through that and here's what I found. Here's what I was able to do. Here's a book that I read that helped me be able to build a bridge for myself and really, get over the hump when it came to this particular thing.
So, Coco.
So hold on. Marcy said, I lost 20 pounds and bought appropriate clothing. It made a difference in who approaches.
I mean, yeah.
Absolutely.
So I have a question or whatever. So when you know this and you've humbled yourself to be like, I do need help. I'm reaching out. I do need help. And you still get tricksters or whatever, people in disguise that are like, yeah, I'm trying to help you. Yeah, I'm speaking your language. Yeah, let me, whatever the fuck they got to do to get to what the fuck they really want. Like, I just want you guys to understand how hard that is for a woman. Like, when we are vulnerable, we do break down those walls. We do admit we need help. We do admit we need men. And then you still get lightweight, like, kind of taken advantage of.
But here's the question.
Yes.
You've been dealing with bullshit niggas for how long? How can you not know? Like, I know the difference between a chick that ain't shit and a chick that is shit. Like,
I mean,
you're
I'm
not gonna
learning
get
a lot
one
faster.
over on me.
I will say that. Yeah.
But that's the problem. Is like, this is why it is absolute. Women need to just fucking get married and throw in the towel. Because it removes you.
But married to who? Like,
it removes you from the bullshit.
I get
like,
it.
That's the whole point of.
But you have to go through the bullshit in order to like vet through who's for real and who's
how
not.
long do you go through the bullshit before you realize, like, yeah, this isn't the marriage I need to be in?
Or like the
do
dudes
you, like,
that are
really
like,
stick
yeah,
through
girl,
it?
Okay, so
I'm all about that. I'm
this
all
goes
about
back to
you.
the first podcast. Y'all motherfuckers just got to start doing things based off of goddamn actions. Y'all are so.
That part.
Y'all live by words way too fucking much. If you already are in a marriage and you haven't seen nothing, and then this person changes overnight, like, what the fuck were you paying attention to?
True.
How did you even end up in a marriage? Because no one can bamboozle you that fucking much unless you got married in 2 weeks.
So here's like, I'm done putting my life on display now.
B said.
Okay.
B said.
Because
hold on. B said this is going back to accountability, basically.
Yeah.
In this era, instead of accountability, women move on but never go through their choices. Chris says women are loving, patient people, and I think they may ignore a lot of red flags, hoping he'll change.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I don't think
This entire conversation has literally circled all the way back to the one biggest thing that this society is lacking, which is accountability, which means stop.
I don't think what read what Chris said again.
Women are loving, patient people, and I think they may ignore a lot of red flags, hoping he'll change.
I don't think it's hoping that he'll change. I think it's that we think.
Oh, that's no, y'all are hoping.
No,
we hear that shit all the time. I see his potential. Does he see it?
Hold on. What I'm trying to say is, I don't think that we hope he will change. I think sometimes we hope that what we bring to them will change them.
So that would mean he would change.
But here's the thing.
Yeah.
Anybody that's worth a damn is already worth a damn. If he has to change to be worth a damn, again,
you need to walk away.
Walk away.
Walk away.
Stop playing the game.
Yeah. 100%.
The only person like here. Let's ask this question: do other people hurt you, or do you hurt you?
You hurt you. Based on expectations, based on false realities.
Pull that mic a little closer to you.
What they tell you and what the fuck you actually choose to believe versus weighing it out. Like, okay, so they said this, but does the actions match what they say?
All right, so then that within itself already says this. You can never sit here and point the finger at any fucking dude. Because they showed you exactly who you are or who they are, and you decided to stay in it.
Yeah.
So what you have to do is take accountability for your stupid mistakes.
Yes.
It is not he was not the problem for the guys.
Okay.
She was not the problem. You are the problem.
I mean, to be fair, these guys are a problem, but
they didn't have to be your problem.
That's that part. They are a problem, but you don't. Yes, they don't have to be your problem. Like, you choose to accept that problem. You choose to deal with that fucking problem. You want to stick it out through that problem, hoping that problem will change, or do you just be like, okay, this is a fucking problem that I don't want to deal with. It doesn't align with me and my purpose or what I'm trying to do or who I am, or I'm trying to be a wife or whatever. It doesn't align. So, like, cut that shit off.
Right, but see, here's the problem is that people have a major issue doing that because they don't want to acknowledge the fact that they don't want to be lonely.
Yeah,
they don't want to be by themselves.
Yep.
They don't want to be the.
But hold up,
huh?
What's with the? I don't care if I'm by myself. I'll be cool by myself. Like, why do they tell that lie?
It's I don't want to say it's a lie.
It's a defense mechanism.
It's a lie, and
it's a lie.
It's an absolute defense mechanism.
Wait. It was like I would rather be by myself than
but
be
you
with
don't.
a motherfucker.
No, but you really don't.
No, ultimately you don't want to be alone. But you don't want to be with somebody that lies to you, that strings you along, or plays with you.
Right, but that's
so if you have the option of that or that, that's the option.
But
ultimately,
you have
don't
more
wanna be alone.
options than that. Again, that's where the accountability comes in. Why did you choose that option, and why do you limit yourself to just those two options?
You're right.
When there's a third,
Well,
or a
that's
fourth,
what-
or a fifth, or a sixth, or
you gotta do the
155 more.
self-work. You gotta dig deep and find that shit out. That's
So-
why you should probably be alone for a little bit.
All I know is we're gonna need a part 3.
Oh God.
And some tacos.
Because after we get off live and
We're
I
gonna get
show
tacos?
and
Yes.
I show Bailey some shit, he's gonna be like, "Oh yeah, we need a part 3."
Oh shit.
oh God, what
She
the
wants
fuck
to
you got
show
to
you
show
something,
me?
Bailey.
But that,
Obviously, this live is getting to like I'm getting inbox messages right now. Like I didn't even know. Like I'm not sharing this, so I'm obviously getting messages right now that say like, "Oh, like you're having an intervention right now. Like what are you getting from it?"
Intervention.
Like, yes, like girl, like I'm getting fucking messages.
Intervention.
I don't
ain't
even
no
know how
interventions. Ain't no interventions around here. It's just love and truth. I can't.
I gotta see that.
God.
Hand me that.
He said let him see that. He want to see that.
On that note, I gotta use.
I gotta see that.
But look, but truthfully, it is we exactly what everyone the chat has said, Bailey has said, and I'm in agreement that we have circled back around to accountability, and that's going to be the big thing on the table across the board: communication and accountability. Because the reality is, if we are not taking the time to learn about ourselves, to work on ourselves, to heal ourselves, to be honest with ourselves and admit to the fact that we've made mistakes, we've been disillusioned, we've drank the Kool-Aid, and we managed to live through drinking the Kool-Aid, and now we have to be in a recovery mode, and we need to rebuild ourselves and make decisions and set boundaries and construct our own mindset and our own frame of mind to what it is that we want in our relationships and in general in our life, and be willing to move ourselves in that direction, then we're never going to have healthy relationships. We're never going to live the beautiful life that we want, because we are choosing to stay in disillusion, and we're choosing to stay in wallow in our bed of trauma. Just because you've been traumatized and victimized does not mean that you are a walking trauma for the rest of your life and that you are a victim for the rest of your life. We have all been done wrong. We have all been stepped on. We have all had something go wrong that was not a choice for us. We didn't have a choice in it. Everyone has experienced that in some way, in some fashion in their life. But whether or not you choose to stay there and stay in that state of mind is absolutely your choice. And the day that you choose to pick yourself up and take that first step towards being the person that you dream of being, that's the day your life completely changes for the better.
And I want to say this is actually not an intervention. The only reason it even got somewhat personal is
I'm real.
Val does like to put herself on Front Street and compare everything to her, which please stop doing that. All right. And then when she gets hurt, she does try to. So the difference between myself and other men is usually when a woman brings out personal shit, he shuts up. I'm not a regular dude. And it's a known fact, I'm really not hitting on her. I'm just fucking with her to get her past her shit. Now, sometimes she may take things a little bit more personal than what she needs to. And I think after being around me by now, you should know I talk shit to everybody. It's not you. It's me.
I have one last question for you.
Okay, this is literally the last question. We're done.
Literally the last question.
Girl, it is. We gotta get tacos.
No. Should a woman or a person be the same person they were 5 years ago, knowing that it was traumatizing compared to who they are today?
Okay, so
I just want to say one thing first.
Go, Coco.
Because my mama always got the good
Coco
goods,
is my new internet wife.
What your mama got to say?
Okay. Either you're living and you're growing or you're dying.
Thank you.
That's it.
Okay. So in response to Coco, my new internet wife, Coco Bailey. Okay.
Oh shit.
Coco Bailey.
Bailey done got
You've been
Bailey and
crowned,
Coco
girl.
done
You've
got
been
married.
Okay. So here's the thing. Are you the same person you were 10 years ago?
Nope.
Are you the same person you were 5 years ago?
Nope.
Or are you the same person you were last year?
Nope.
So then what kind of stupid ass question is that?
It is a very stupid question, but I just had to ask it.
Okay. And this is where I need you to upgrade yourself. You don't need to ask questions because you know the answer. And a lot of these conversations that we have, you actually do know the answer to. It's just whether you choose to exercise that. See, you yourself have to also exercise your common sense. And go, I don't have to put up with this. I will put up with this. I don't have to do that, but I will do this. I don't have to listen to that advice, but I will take this advice. And two, like, the company you keep dictates every fucking thing.
Right.
Okay? I can say, based off of conversations that I've had with the people around you, even when you're not around, they care about you. But what I know about you, you're hard-headed and you don't like to take advice. If it doesn't come from your brain, you don't like it. And if it's not beneficial to you, you also don't like it. But that's not a you thing. That's a human problem. Mm-hmm. And as we stay in this internet world, communication is a lost art. And we've lost the art of communication. We've lost the art of listening to other people. We've lost listening to positive criticism because there's a lot of things that I said to you that are very positive, but you don't even see them as that anymore because you're not communicating enough with people. Get off your phone, stop responding to every text message, and start calling people again. Act like text doesn't exist. It's going to teach you how to communicate, which means you also have to listen to voice inflections, which allows you to know if someone's actually talking shit with malice or if they're just fucking with you. Mm-hmm. It's also going to hone in your communication skills, whether you're communicating verbally or like just physically, like your face tells on you because you can tell when you don't like something. And again, use your words. Like use.
We all hate our face.
I think that was like the best thing that came out of like Corona. Like you wore a mask and nobody saw your expression.
Like use your words, not your voice. Yelling gets nothing done. And I understand you're coming out of situations where that was the only way you could probably get out of the situation that you were in. But you need to understand you're no longer in those situations either. If you want to be a newer, better version of yourself, So I, on my motivational channel, I say it all the time. Today is the beginning of the best day of your life.
Amen.
If you wake up every day, first and foremost, when you wake up in the morning, that is the first blessing of the day. Make that day the best day of your life. And no one can change your attitude, how you think, how you look at shit, any of that. You control that. The moment you take control of your life is the moment you can take control of your future. Do more and talk less. It's like what we said about the internet. Stop posting. Stop it. Who are you asking for attention from or seeking validation from? Validate yourself. The internet's not real. B said you can't expect to find a person with no flaws. We all have them. If you find somebody that mark 90, 100, stop focusing on the 10% you don't like. This was another wonderful show, ladies.
Yes, it was.
Indeed.
Wait. Did you really just say part 3?
She did.
I was like giving like a piece.
Sure.
Look, she was trying to be like bro man from the 5th floor. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying.
I was trying to throw the peace sign because you were saying bye, but then I was like, part 3 coming soon. Like
No more drinking for you.
It's okay.
No more drinking for you.
That's all the alcohol she wants. Oh my God.
Too funny.
This motherfucker is 4 hours and 14 minutes long.
Bullshit. No, I'm not excited for that. I'm like, we crammed that into 2.5 hours.
Coco, where you want to go for your honeymoon, baby?
Nah, I want to go to Turk and Caicos. Don't play with me.
Turk and Caicos.
Yeah.
I'm thinking Maldives.
Ooh, that's even better.
Bora
See,
Bora.
this is why we're married.
No,
No,
we're
for
still
real,
live.
For real? Bora Bora. Let's go.
Is there a plus
Book
one
tickets.
or plus 2?
I got my passport.
Look, if
I'm
it's
working on it.
look.
I got mine.
I
It
said,
got stamps in it and everything.
I said honeymoon. So if there's a +1 and a +2, that means you're taking the D2.
I know that's the right, Bailey.
Shit. I ain't taking somebody with me that I'm not enjoying.
It's the honeymoon.
It's the honeymoon, and I need the honeydew.
I was just stretching.
She said I was just stretching. Okay.
All right, so Tiana, what'd you think of the show? Pull the mic closer to you.
I thought it was great. I do agree, though. I feel like we need a part 3.
But okay, if we do a part 3, can I make? I just want to say this. If we do a part 3, I want us to talk. I don't care what the subject line may be. I want us to talk solutions because we're talking. I have no problem with. Look, the whole world can talk about the problems all day, but we're not having enough conversations about how do we solve the problem, how do we build the bridge.
Actually, we do. So
I know you do here on the show.
No. What I'm saying is, whether you know it or not, for every problem, we actually gave a solution.
We did.
It just
You're right.
And
That's probably why it was so long.
and the other part about that is sometimes it's not the fact that we need to have conversations about solutions, because it's up to the people out there to figure out their solutions.
Yeah, and to apply it.
True.
Because they need to hear these conversations, because that's going to help them understand that they're not alone, which is why I get inbox so much and have so many phone conversations and like consultations with people about how to better their relationships, or what can I do, or they ask for help. I never thought that doing this was going to lead to that. And I will never sit here and say that I know every fucking thing. But what I will say, what I do know is I know how to make a motherfucker happy. I've seen it and I do it. So I can give you the advice that I know works. And that could be whether I got 1 woman, 2 women, 5 women. I don't have to wish, Val. Trust me, it happens. Chris said, "Oh, I got solutions." You need to talk to Chris too. Chris.
Yeah.
Chris.
That's
I might need.
Chris is the homie.
Listen,
Chris, I might need you for Boys Club.
yeah, Chris.
Yes, Chris, come on.
Come be on. I do Friday night shows, and we do the exact same thing for men on Friday nights. Which
We interviewed Chris on a podcast. Remember?
which is why.
We did. Remember on the Breakfast Club?
Girl, I don't remember.
Oh, okay, my bad. Let's go back. Val.
Yes.
Besides the intervention part, that kind of seemed like
Yes, I am Val and I have issues. No.
It's okay.
we
We all do.
this really isn't an intervention.
I speak for the women that are in my place.
So how was the show for you?
I
laughed. I cried.
No, I learned a lot. I took in a lot in. Between the messages, the text messages, and this podcast that I learned a lot tonight. I will say that. I learned a lot tonight. And this is part of my healing process, and that's why I always keep it real and I always keep it honest, and I speak what comes to my mind, whether it may sound ignorant or it may not sound right or it may not make sense to people. I speak it so people can respond and I can learn. If that makes
What's your homework?
Not to yell.
What else?
What else? Who said what else,
I
girl?
love it. No,
That's a good homework assignment.
that is a start. That is a good start. If anything.
Not to yell, not to date.
Ooh.
Okay, what else?
To heal.
How?
Looking at myself first and accountability.
Ask questions.
Ask questions. Who do I ask the questions to?
Well,
Married. But what married women?
stop.
Start with
Start
Jill.
with
Okay,
Jill.
first and foremost, you got
Jill.
Chris here, who you say he's
Thank
the
you.
homie and he's married.
Yes, and he
I
has a
said
wife.
find 2 to 3 married couples that's been married for 15 to 20 years.
Him
Take
and
your ass
Jill.
to a bingo hall. As a matter of fact,
Hold
on.
Have you been to a bingo hall?
Yes, I actually have.
Okay,
About to
I've
die
only.
in there.
Is there bingo halls here in Arizona? Because I was told
They're
there was.
actually at the casinos.
The bingo halls that I've been to in Texas, I don't want to be in those.
You're not in Texas. You're in Arizona. Again, stop living in the past. Live in the present.
Oh my
Well, you're gonna have somebody's gonna have to show me those bingo halls. because
Again, I've already told you if you need help, ask for help, but also listen to what I'm saying.
my name is Valerie and I need help.
Go and give your time at nursing homes. Go and give your time.
Coco and I both come from that background.
If you go into a nursing home and you just give your time, just call it like community service, and you go in there, there are married couples in nursing homes. Talk to them.
that's a whole nother show on what the fuck we've seen. Working at a senior living
Well,
facility.
yeah, they're fucking sex-filled STD pots.
Yes,
but
they
again,
are.
she's going there for the married people, not the
Oh.
and
For those ones.
you want to talk about a man's true nature? You got 90
Joe?
year old 90 year old. The fact that you got 90-year-old man still walking them
He had a
halls.
grill and he had like look, he had a flavor of the week every week. Sometimes twice a week.
A man's true nature is clearly proven, especially when he's elderly. Hey, baby, wife.
He didn't waste
wifey
any
boo.
time. Listen, his wife passed away and
What,
he didn't waste no
Who
time.
did?
What do you think about the show?
It was great. I had a really good time. I got to be a little bit more quiet this show, which I kind of like.
You did.
You started off as the moderator and then turned into the
Right, and then I took a bathroom break and then
The
just all
spectator.
turned around.
You were
So,
like,
you
let
know,
me sit back and be quiet and let this.
but that was,
Last
but it
time I
was.
Now
spectator.
Coco
It's
sat
okay.
back and said, "I'm just gonna watch my man do work."
Listen, I got a new internet husband. Y'all better, y'all, yeah, because so I can go to the Maldives. You got damn right.
So,
Hey,
I to go shopping for some. I need some money, baby, so I can go shopping for some swimsuit.
Chris said only been married 7 years, been together 16 years. Hey, guess
That
what?
counts, Chris.
That counts. That is you are over 15 and 20 years.
That's right. And they have kids, like teenage kids, so it counts.
Okay.
So everybody had a good show?
Absolutely.
Yes, 100%.
Damn.
People saw the show that I didn't think were seeing the show.
When are people going to come on here and get back to calling me Kevin Samuels and shit? Fuck.
No.
It's all this good fucking, everybody's having good shows now. I used to be.
Good vibes.
No, never mind. That's another subject for another show.
I got somebody that
What's the other subject for another show?
There's nothing wrong with Kevin Samuels and anything that he was talking about, because although his delivery might have been harsh or abrasive or whatever.
Oh, he spoke like a man?
Whatever. Exactly.
Yeah.
That part. He just spoke like a man and women should just listen. He just kind of like, made the, what am I trying to say?
He also played to the internet and did things that also made him go viral.
Exactly.
So,
that's it.
People
then a
really
woman
do
took him
put
out.
like
because
this
so here's the
solid
thing.
factual value on things that are on the internet, and I don't understand.
It's because everybody's talking about Keith Lee right now.
Well, here's the because
Keith Lee
because
is
of
the
the way
shit right now.
because of the way Kevin Samuels his delivery was
Yeah.
is actually when I first heard of Kevin Samuels pissed me off and I couldn't fuck with him.
Yeah.
It wasn't until I don't even know when it was. Actually, yeah, it wasn't until a video had went super viral and I did a reaction to it that then I was like, hold on, let me actually see what this nigga's saying.
Yep.
And then went, oh shit.
Yep.
He's saying shit that I've been posting about on my motivational page.
Yep.
Fuck.
And
This
so-
is what y'all been waiting for.
and
I'm
so-
already here.
Wait a
Right?
minute, though. But like from a woman's perspective, first it came off as like, "The fuck are you talking about?" Okay, you were just talking shit. But then it was like, "Wait, oh shit, let me listen a little bit. What is he saying? Maybe he might be saying some shit that we need to listen to."
But see, what sucks is he was celebrating when he was dead. Like, okay, we finally got rid of this nigga. But now here we are. The same women that was hating on him are the same women that are going back and watching his videos and saying he was right.
Yeah, but I was listening to him before that woman took him out, because that bitch did take him out. Let's just be honest. That's
with
a whole
that
nother
good Latina pussy.
Hey, and they sent the right one in to take him out.
Yeah, that pussy must have been good. But I ain't gonna lie,
He died
shit.
happy. He
I
died
was
happy.
gonna say, I ain't gonna lie. If I'm Kevin Samuels, kill me the same way.
Hey.
Let me be 55 years old and some 28-year-old, and she was
listen,
fine.
They sent the right one in.
She was fine. She had a fat ass.
All that. She was pretty. All
God.
that. Hey, listen. He died happy.
I will die like
but
that.
they
in a
did
heartbeat.
send the right one in to take him out.
So,
But anyway.
thank you, ladies. So you want to
welcome.
do a part 3?
Yes.
Okay. So it might not be a ladies' night. We might do this on the conversation.
That's fine.
Okay. That's good.
Whatever.
Let's go.
So that would be a Wednesday
I think there
night.
should be more than 3 parts,
Whatever.
but whatever. We'll go.
Val, if you miss me, just say you miss me.
Oh, she misses you.
I know, like
It's not you that I miss. It's coming to the PV. Like, I live in Tempe, so you have to understand.
Well, girl, I live down the fucking street.
Don't act like you actually
she
are
misses
really going
you,
home.
Bailey. She misses you. It's okay.
Hey, that night I really did go home.
Val.
Tiana, tell
Val-
him I went home that night.
No, Valerie, listen to me though. If you don't want to go home, you can stay here. It's okay.
I can't stand you.
The couch is
You are not
comfortable.
triggering me right now.
I got a whole nother bed in there that's empty right now.
No, I'm good.
Kid's not in there.
You don't have to be. I know you want to.
Girl, he's got a VR headset.
I know you want to be cuddled up next to me, but it don't have to be. We can start off slow. We can sleep in separate rooms.
Have mercy.
I'm not going.
Tiana,
Hold on,
do
hold
not.
Coco.
Yes, do not instigate the situation,
Hold on.
Tiana.
Coco.
You know I'm an
Yes, love.
instigator.
If Val ever wants to stay, can she stay, baby?
I'm sure she can.
You were supposed to say no.
No, I get you a blanket and a pillow. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. If she gonna be here too, you ain't gonna be. The only person leaving is
I
Tiana.
can't stand y'all.
So I'm just saying, if you really want it,
Yes, ladies, I will leave. I just live down the street. I'm good.
I'm
Y'all
going to
can-
your house, girl.
Y'all two
I'm
can
going to your
stay.
house with.
It has been established. You are his internet wife, and you are. He's working on you. So I'll just go half a block down the street.
And I will go have a block down the street with you.
I mean, because you just gonna act like you leaving and come right back. Is
You're such a liar.
She forgot something.
Yeah.
Baby, quit lying because you know we have
I got
people.
your lip. I got your lip gloss.
You know we
from,
have people watching this
I
live.
got your lip gloss from last time. It's okay.
Oh, wait, where's my lip gloss?
I gave it back to you. No.
Oh shit.
Thank you guys for tuning in for another episode here on No Cap Reacts.
Bye.
I'm muting you. All right, make sure you tune in on Friday nights for Boys Club. We do not have a show tomorrow, so I will not see you tomorrow. On Sunday nights, we have what is called Let's Talk About It with Connie Marie. Catch us Sunday night. Wednesdays, we do what is called The Conversation with me and future co-star Manny Mac. Catch us every Wednesday night. This is Thursday night. This is ladies' night. Incredible night. Incredible conversations. You know, this is what the fuck I do this shit for. For those of you guys that are going through things, make sure to continue just watching the show. The things that happen here, like this is not happening anywhere else on the internet. Point blank, period. No one else is bringing you quality conversations from actual people. I don't care about whether you are a superstar, a mega star. I want regular, all day, average people to come on here and talk about their actual life and the things they're going through. And this will help you hopefully get to wherever you're at. If you watch Ladies Night, make sure you're tuning in for Boys Club. Because the same way the ladies talk about their things and what they're going through, the guys come and do the exact same thing. All I'm trying to help do is get everybody on the same page. Everybody deserves happiness. Let's all go out and get it. With that, thanks for tuning in for another episode. Like, share, subscribe to the channel. And with that, thanks for tuning in.